Good morning. Good morning. All right. Hold on, Sheldon. Mama's coming. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Yesterday. Buddy, ugh, I'm gagging. This veggie is gross. Okay. And your water is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Just gross, buddy. Bathing in grossness. What are you doing? Because that is just like, ew. Come eat. 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 Stop getting hay in your water. You hear me? Freshie, did you just shit? Where is it? I smell it. I smell it. Come here. Empty water. Empty water. Fresh water. Making moves. Okay. I just need to run to the bathroom. Good morning. Look at little Sheldon. I just had to clean his gross little pen. So gross. I'm actually going to toss this, because that will smell if I don't. Good morning. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Sheldon, you just want out, don't you? You just want out. You don't even want to eat. You don't even want to eat. He's like, I want out. Go ahead, have your out. Go have your day in the park. Child of mine. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Good, buddy. You're free. I'm free. Are you such a happy boy right now? Okay. All right, I'm so excited Look, sweatshirt weather with shorts. Oh, I'm so excited. What is that glare? Is that the light? It was never there before. Is that the computer? That's weird, right? It's gone. Is it gone? Oh, LOL, the bowl. What did he do? He just walked right over it like he always does. He just wants to be out. He's been escaping, which is not cool. So, like when I'm at work, like early shifts or whatever, I won't let that down. I'll climb over that. So I'm assuming he's like falling. I don't want him to fall on his back like that, you know, under wood. And then, hello. I almost call him Mr. Frank. Anybody had a cat named Frank? And then other times, like Caden will get home and my mom's like, you forgot to put Sheldon away last night or something because his little drawbridge isn't even down. So I'm like, how the fuck are you getting out? Like, you can't slide through. Spirit's not lifting you and letting you out. Like, I don't know. I don't know how he's doing it. So, but he's definitely being a Houdini, that's for sure. I just don't like him out for like 8 hours or something like that by himself, because if I block it off, like if I block off my room with the gate, because I have the gate up out there so he can't get in a certain hallways, so you can only go that way. He'll get under my bed and there's certain parts under my bed he still makes it, but the top of his shell hits like certain stuff so he can't turn around. So he gets stuck and then he's freezing. So by the time I get home or the kids get home, you know, he's stuck. Nobody can get him out. He's a troublemaker. So I keep slacking. I keep meaning to ask my dad because he's got like slabs. I would call it slabs of wood. I don't know. Like big ones. I just want to put around my bed so I can't get under there. Yep. I sat here this morning for like 10 minutes and I was like, am I going to shower? Or am I going to go on YouTube? Am I going to shower? Or am I going to go on YouTube? I'm like, my head's a little itchy, which is random because, hi from Dublin. I just took a shower. Not yesterday, the night before. And I usually am every other day shower. But I do have new shampoo, so I don't think I rinsed it out good enough. So, or conditioner or something, which is unlike me. But I did notice it was a little thicker. It's a different type of conditioner. So, which sounds strange, different type of conditioner, but it is. Even the came in the bottle differently. So, anywho, I didn't take a shower. Here I am, braless, shorts that don't fit me. I didn't even brush my teeth. Gross. I don't have deodorant on. I'm not stinky though. So that's how my morning's going. How about you? Are you guys up and being like efficient and getting shit done? Cause not me. I'm just like, fuck it. I'll go on YouTube. didn't even brush my teeth, though. They don't feel grimy, though. Maybe I did. I just don't remember. I don't know. But, no, I definitely didn't. What are you getting into? Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. In Dublin, we call it It's a Day for it. It's a day? Okay, well, it's a day for me. Definitely have to shower later, though. Really is need to ask the divine to teach me how to drive. No, I need my butt. So I noticed yesterday, I really got conflicting messages. I almost came back on YouTube. Oh, look at that. I was blotchy yesterday, too. It is like warm and humid. It's fucking gross, actually. I thought it was a little more breezy than that, but it's not. It did rain yesterday. Wash away. Mm-hmm. Oh, I kept getting messages. Like, regarding the read yesterday. It's a day when you can do the things you're dirty up in the shower. Yeah, I'm actually kind of glad I waited because it's a little humid. Might want to turn the air on. But I was like, nah, fuck it. The message is the message. But you guys wondering about my plants? They're all right here, trying to get sun. I don't know what that's regarding, but they're all right there trying to get sun. Some of you, it's going to be somebody new. Others of you, it's going to be somebody from your past. You don't want it, don't take it. Doesn't mean you have to end up together with this person. If it's a gift, it's a gift. You'll eventually see it and you won't feel the way you feel about a certain situation now. If someone's not clearing their own karma, then it's not time for you to step in or be part of it, or, you know, I know a lot of people are like bent out of shape over it. Like, I'm not crazy about hearing that shit either. It's like, really? What? Why? Spirit's only going to alter so much with an awakening. So it's not going to be like drastic change. If it's still karmic, they're battling their own shit. To the point where I don't even want to talk about it because, like, ugh. So, like, I hear you guys. But it's nice to have messages like that because it is nice to understand certain things. It is nice to forgive. It is nice certain stuff. Doesn't mean you have to be with them. But you can't go in and coddle. You can't go in and I'm going to just fix the day and just take on someone else's karma. Some of you guys, this could be your fucking life partner, and it's just, there's something about you guys, but it's extremely karmic, and it could take years to push through. It doesn't mean those years are going to be shitty. I think some of you just have a complete different love language that we've been talking about for years. The connection's there, but the love language is different. It does look like the other energy is trying to find the balance between feminine and masculine, when the masculine or feminine, whatever it was in a lot of ego. So there is going to be realizations in certain shit. You know? Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. Had a baby, it's a boy. Congratulations. I'm going to see Danny's new baby today. When Mia gets out of school. Get to hold a little freshie. I'm excited. And karmic soulmates can be extremely eye-opening because it puts you where you need to be. You see certain stuff. It doesn't mean the karma is done. It just, you work through it. Obviously, it's not just gone and disappeared because you disappeared or they disappeared. Like, it still needs to be worked through, acknowledged and worked through so you can fucking move on to the next chapter, So that's how I was trying to explain it yesterday. Like, you got certain people that are just like so bent out of shape. And it's like, yeah, I get it. It could be hearing that type of stuff. You can be bent out of shape, but if you know the karma is not on your end, move on. But some of that karma can be on your end, and you're just going to experience the same thing with somebody else. Or you don't know what you're set up for relationships this time around. How do you know how something went down last time? How do you know how something's going to go down this time? Maybe you're meant to push through shit and karma for years before epiphanies and realizations kick in. That's what I'm saying. We never know. We just assume. We can't jump the gun with certain shit. You're very welcome. You think I want the past back? No. I know if the past comes back and that has anything to do with me, I'd be just as dumbfounded as you guys. Like, really? But there's got to be something there with realization, perspective change, and certain stuff on their end, or shadow side that they did work through. Else, spirit wouldn't let that back in like that. Especially if you've learned the lesson and you're like, fuck this, see you later. No, like, you had to leave because it just shit wouldn't fucking click. Different love languages, different ways of expressing. He or she has their own power horsepower, whatever it is on that side. You got yours, right? You guys probably complement each other, but you're the same, but you're very different. Work is different. Love life is different. The way it is what it is. Doesn't mean you guys aren't good together. If you're feeling love and you can feel each other's soul and you both know it's genuine, you can work through other shit. I mean, I wouldn't be thrilled to have that situation, certain situations roll back around again. But that's me also basing things on how shit went down and what I'll tolerate and what I won't. And what that person thought I wouldn't tolerate, or what that person thought I didn't know, but knew and didn't say anything, thinking that they would eventually step up, and they didn't. I don't know if that was a mistake on my end, or it's like, here, have the reins and see what you can do. Well, they didn't do shit. So I fucking get it, guys. Unless they did shit behind the fucking scene, they did their fucking shadow work. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not fucking crazy about that scenario either. I'm not going to change the message, though, and be like, well, and try to convince you guys that this is okay. I mean, obviously, there has to be drastic change if a situation like that's going to come in and you've ascended. You can't be with somebody who was the way they were after you ascended. So think about it. Because the ones that are choosing not to change and choosing not to ascend, you wouldn't even be able to relate to them. So is it going to be frustrating, maybe giving somebody the benefit of the doubt and having a conversation, and then it's like you realize, like, all right, not for me. Thought something changed, but it didn't? Because whatever it is going to be obvious. It's either you're going to realize it's been a shift and they're ascending, or you're going to know right off the rip that you wasted your time. But if they're going to risk ruining that last shot or whatever it is to have a conversation, then that's the way that's supposed to go down too. But like I said, honesty, certain stuff. Goes a long way. This is probably one of those scenarios where if you guys were to look at your synergy reports, synergy, um, you're probably not compatible. I'm not gonna lie. But there's past life, there's other stuff there that's extremely compatible, and that stuff is stronger than the other basic compatibility. So how do you know you're just not set up for a situation where you just have to learn each other, learn when to let them do their thing, they need to learn when you need to do your thing. It could be very much even unspoken, and it's just the way it goes down. See what I'm saying? So I think we should all just be in the headspace where something comes around, you feel the need to listen or whatever the case may be. It's there's no gray area. You're gonna know. Like you'll be able to know if somebody has ascended. This person's gonna have to face shit, take ownership of things, accountability, admit their wrongdoings. And they might honestly feel like they never intentionally meant to hurt you. But because they're not acknowledging certain stuff and doing things on a level that you can't even relate to, it looks disrespectful to you. But in their eyes, it's not disrespectful. So yeah, some of you guys are dealing with people like that. And at that point, I'd want to be like, if we can't even figure out the basic love language between the two of us, I wouldn't want nothing to do with it either. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sit in a frustrating situation and get frustrated over and over until this person realizes to figure out how to have some type of love language. If you know we don't have the same love language and certain stuff, and when you better find a way. And if you can't find a way, forget it. And it works both ways, but there's no way you haven't already tried to figure that stuff out with them. It's more on their end. Some of them are obsessed with work. Priorities are ass fucking backwards. And that person would be like, well, that is a priority. It's not to you. And if they can't sit back for a minute and try to think, like, why isn't it a priority to her or him? It's not life. It's fucking not. So if they can't take that time and figure out that either in certain stuff and how to separate certain stuff, I think a lot of you are dealing with people who just want to like group it all. You know, it all works together, and it not when it comes to just different aspects of your life. If you know someone does taboo shit for work, say for instance, and then you have somebody else that just chases fucking money and has goals and wants to bank. Yeah, you guys have very different, you lead very different ways of going about your income and certain stuff, you know. It could be linked to past life, it can be this, but if you can't put that aside and they can't put that aside, and you guys still go about your day, and at the end of the night reconnect, watch a movie, read a book, take a walk, whatever you guys do, take a hike, you know what I'm saying? You guys, then no, you're screwed. Because the two of you are different. So you both have to be different. You can't have one person trying to control how something's going to go down. I think a lot of us were dealing with somebody who would rather like, oh, I need it this way. It's got to go that way. It's got to go that way. I'm never going to fall in love. I'm never going to do this. I'm never going to get married again. I'm never going to blah, 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 blah. Never. And then you come in, you change the game, certain scenarios, whatever. That's their shit to fucking work through, not yours. So I completely get where you guys are coming from. And that's why I was saying to you yesterday when I was seeing shit, I knew you guys were going to be like, no, thank you. So trust me, I wasn't defending that situation. I was delivering the message how it needed to be delivered. you know? So somebody probably has a lot to say and they're not saying it. You're probably dealing with somebody who doesn't like to be vulnerable. You know, the Five of Swords keeps coming in. Other people keep coming in, whether it's family members, friends. That's super annoying because this person's taking advice from somebody they shouldn't be taking advice from. That's so frustrating for me as a reader to see and read, and I've experienced before. It's like, what the fuck? Why are you getting advice from some, like, think about for a minute who the fuck you're getting advice from right now, because it's interfering with our relationship. Like, that's that, you got to draw the line when it comes to shit like that too. Whether they're a mama's boy, like whatever it is for you, an ex-wife, an ex-husband, like, I get it. You want out? Out. Take you out. Fucking see you later. I get it, guys. You don't have to make that work. Maybe the gift was you and they lost it, and maybe they got to watch you end up with somebody else because of their consequences. Because we've had that come out in a couple times. We've had that come out a couple times in a couple readings. And it's like, I don't like reading shit like that either, but too fucking bad. You had your chance, you lost it. Maybe they fell in love, didn't say anything, certain stuff, didn't really tell you how they feel. You know, it's society and you name it. Again, not your fucking problem. You know? I will never do a gray area. You know, you're dealing with somebody who didn't want to, like, there's so much stuff we've seen over the years. It's not even worth even talking about, honestly. Even me talking about it, like, I can even get frustrated going back and looking at all that shit. And it's like, oh, hell no. Spirit's not altering you that much. Like, that's your own inner work in making a decisive decisions to make changes and call certain stuff out and mesh families and certain stuff. Some of you might be like, oh, I'm dealing with a commitment phobe. You're probably not dealing with a commitment phobe. You're dealing with somebody is just would rather have a secret fucking relationship or not. You know what I mean? Like, me? Oh, fuck no. I don't need to be put on a billboard, but I mean, come on. You're not going to keep me from your fucking family or your fucking friends after 2 years of fucking dating and acting like we're in a full-blown fucking relationship, but yet you don't want to make anything official. Like, sorry, buddy. To me, this looks like you want your cake and having it too, whether in your eyes it doesn't look that way. But if you can't be that person to talk about it and how you feel and see what I'm saying? Like, something, so there could be like, see, I don't even want to make justifications for that because I'm just at the point where it's like with you guys too, like, oh, hell no. You know, but in their eyes, like, it's not like that. Well, it is like that for me. And the fact that you're not talking about it and making me comfortable in certain situations and discussing things, that's why I'm out, motherfucker. It's not my job to continuously sit there and explain to somebody how I feel and what I need and what. So, no, if you haven't picked up on that shit by now, sayonara, fucking see you later. To me, it'd be like wasting a breath even explaining the same fucking situation again. That's where the frustration's coming in. So you are going to feel that frustration if this person attempts to come in and right their wrongs, right? Like I said, there's going to be something you're going to pick on. You're going to know if this person is willing to ascend or not. But you don't know what type of relationship it's supposed to go down in this lifetime for you or not either. A lot of light workers and me, certain things, I get put into very tricky situations. You want to know why? So I can learn the lesson before you guys. so I can teach you and guide you. That's so much fun, right? Such a delightful fucking job. You want to know why I've had issues? Trying to figure out what I want, what I don't, where I want to go, what I want to do. Because we get put in all these fucking scenarios so we can sit here and tell you how it is, make you feel better, encourage you, motivate you, empower you. But guess who had to empower themselves first through going through a shit ton of fucking bullshit? So I know where you guys are all fucking coming from. Trust me. And I get them all crammed into one little tiny fucking relationship. Not just one or two here and there like you guys. I get them all fucking crammed in from every fucking element in every direction. Oh, yep, I remember going through that one, but this one's a little different. Oh, because this one manipulates different than that one. Oh, you don't think there's like 100 different types of manipulation? There is. We've been put in situations where it's like, mom this, mom that, done being mom. And it feels unlucky sometimes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But then there's moments where you're at a high and you're like, oh, it's great because I've learned a lot, you know? But there comes a time where it's like, okay, gonna get something in return, or am I on my own? At this point, I'd rather be on my own, you know? I don't got time to teach somebody the fucking way at my age. Sorry, figure it out, you fucking nutcase. If we're meant to be together, come hit me up in 2 fucking years when you've learned these lessons with somebody fucking else. That's just where I'm at, personally. What time is it? Where are we at? What have you learned? Hi, buddy. So, guys, I get it. I get it. Those type of reads, not fucking exciting for me. It's not like, oh my God, and I'm sitting back like, what if? No. I'm like, fuck no, fuck no, fuck no. Please, no, 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 no. Does this person need to learn something else again? So you need to borrow my energy again for another month or two? No, no, no. I fucking get it, guys. I fucking get it. Especially if you were the catalyst. And a majority of you fucking knew what you were stepping into years ago when you fucking stepped in and you did it anyway because of who you are. And you got burnt. It's all right. You relit your own fucking match. Again, you don't need someone. You might want somebody around, but you certainly don't fucking need a headache like that. So until you guys can get on the same fucking page with certain shit and they can make you feel comfortable, because at this point, they need to make you feel comfortable because you're no longer feeding their fucking ego. And you weren't feeding their ego to make them feel better about themselves or anything. Like, I feel like you guys' relationship, whatever it was that went down, was extremely genuine until one day you're like, oh my God, we're like married. We're doing all this shit that, like, and then when you start calling shit out and certain stuff, you know, I've been through it all. People who don't speak, people that speak a lot, people who only own things when they're drunk. I mean, I've experienced a lot of shit, guys. And sometimes, like, you're going to have to explain to this person, like, this is what happens when you don't want to explain yourself a certain stuff. Like, I take myself out of this scenario. It's not fucking temporary. I'm out. And that's not fair for that energy to just keep fucking coming in and doing this. But it's like they keep coming in, they're showing up with fucking nothing. And they just feel like, well, that's their love language. They can just show up and say, hi, I want to do this, have a conversation. And for you, you're just supposed to magically know like that's this person's way of trying. But in your eyes, it's like, you're frustrating me. You're a fucking child. Don't fucking hit me up. And that shit don't click for them. So yeah, some of you, you're not going to be able to make it work. And you shouldn't have to struggle to make something work like that. So you got to know when to step out too. And it's not fair for you to constantly fucking step out. And it's not stepping out for this person to learn a lesson. It's stepping out because you've had enough of the fucking bullshit that people don't want to fucking address. Or they just prioritize other things. You're probably dealing with somebody who's never loved the way they loved you. And I can honestly say that if you're a light worker or a spiritual, because we have a different type of aura. And that's scientific proof, I'm pretty sure. If you were to have a brain scan and certain shit, it's scientific. If we want to go there, okay? We just have different auras about us. Very drawing, pulling, seductive, sweet, genuine, pure, you know? And we have our moments too where we're like, no, like, can be a complete douchebag too. And then that person wants to turn around and be like, oh, you're crazy, or you got personality. But it's like, no, motherfucker. It's you not wanting to get on the same fucking page ever. Why? I can get aggravated talking about this. So if you're dealing with somebody who really doesn't get it, don't bother. Because I don't think this is a test. It's not. There's either going to be something with this communication that's kosher and it's just something, or you're going to know you just wasted your fucking time having a conversation with somebody. There's no in between. This person can't pull the wool over your fucking eyes. So I really wouldn't fucking stress over it, guys. Don't get your fucking panties in a bunch. That's probably why I don't wear panties. Because I don't like them bunched up. Okay? Oh, man, yeah. I'll be right back. So there's absolutely no point of getting all worked up over that reading because there's nobody sitting here waiting for this person to hit them up. Trust me. They might be in la la land still, like, oh, they're waiting on me. No, they're not fucking waiting on you. What up, Buttercup? So, no worries, guys. Don't get your panties in a bunch. Don't get all fucking worked up. Go on doing what you're doing because you already moved forward. You're probably dealing with somebody too that's like, how can somebody move forward? They can't move forward with a connection like that and blah, 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 blah. They don't know who they're fucking with. We move forward. We don't look back. So, don't get all bent out of shape over that fucking reading, please. You really want to get bent out of shape over a fucking reading like that? Compared to what you fucking went through? You really want to get yourself all fucking triggered and wound up? No. 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 You fucking don't. Move on. You don't know what's coming your way. They come your way and you work things out, fucking great. You fucking don't worry about it. Other people fucking out there. Time for that silly shit. You don't think I get all bent out of shape when I fucking sit down and talk to Spirit and be like, certain shit, yeah, but it's not worth it. It's not. It's fucking not. And here I am. I'm going to switch this up. I'm going to do this. And oh, guys, I am. There's no question. But I work with karma. I'm a healer. This shit is always going to come into play. You want to know why? Because there's always going to be somebody out there that needs heads up. There's always going to be somebody out there that needs somebody to fucking guide them. It's always something. So I can't escape this shit. I'm not going to justify this shit. All I can say is do you at the end of the day. Take care of you. Focus on fucking you. This shit's not going to phase you. But at least you have a heads up of shit that's around you. Tell the world I'm coming home. Somebody from the military might be coming back because that's like that whole thing, and I never sing that song. You know? As you said, look at it as if it's a job. Well, I did that. Which could have made it a little easier for me. But at the end of the day, feelings still get hurt, and you catch feelings and you think at one point, okay, this might be more than what I thought it is. So it still gets tricky, you know? So it'd just be nice for like to ever be in a situation like that and for that person to be like, wow, I was a complete fucking jackass. It, like, to own their shit. Because at the end of the day, I just want somebody in my life that takes accountability for their fucking shit. Okay, can we move the fuck on now? Can we start to live? Because this is some shit. But again, guys, like Spirit wants to stress. I don't think they've ever been in love like they are with you. So the feelings just, but spirituals have different fucking auras, you know? So a lot of people run from it. A lot of people don't know what to do. But I'm telling you, like, this group is still talking to people and it's not benefiting them and it doesn't benefit you. And they tried some Google fucking voodoo shit with you guys. In their eyes, it's probably like funny or sweet. And in your eyes, it's like, you're fucking with dangerous shit, dude. Like, you're fucking with dangerous shit. And man, I got some fucking guides. My guides will fuck you up. They'll let you get away with shit like I let you get away with shit. I let this last person get away with a lot of shit just to see how shit would play out. I don't typically do that in relationships either. In the last one, I did. And all that shit caught up, trust me. I don't know when or how. I don't give a fuck. But I know they're no longer dealing with Courtney. They're dealing with Courtney's fucking guides. They will make sure if this person wants to be part of my life, Spirit already gave them the fucking heads up. Already woke this person up. So if you got somebody around you that sees all the signs and still is like, nope, nope, and ignoring it, they won't make the list. They're not going to make the cut. I guarantee if it's someone on my end, Spirit already fucked them up. Probably emotionally. Because the other person on my end was more about materialistic shit. I always end up with people that are fucking materialistic shit, guys. But does that not make sense to you? I'm all about love. Of course I'm going to come into play with all the people that would rather have fucking money. It's a fucking given. And each one of them is so different. One likes to flaunt clothing. The other loves the cars and helicopters and planes. The other one just chases and wants to bank and has a 5-year fucking plan. They're all fucking different, but they all chase money. I don't chase money. I don't chase love. Just kosher. I'd just rather have love than money. Be nice to have both, but I will never rely on anybody for that money. So it's going to be nice one day when shit's just reciprocated, and that day will come and you're going to feel it. You're going to know, guys. I've been in situations like my ex, he's still a good person, guys, but like the potential he had for so much shit. I was willing to move states, countries for him to do his shit year fucking round. Like I was ready to make moves. Like I've always encouraged, and if somebody could never put aside, okay, I got to show this person that they're a priority. If you can't figure that out on your own and I got to fucking tell you that I should be a priority, it's more than a red flag. I don't care about the past fucking dynamics. I'm not living in the fucking past, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna call you dude. Not living in the past, dude. As if I'm talking to you. Because I feel like for months, for spirit, it's like my guides deliver to your guides deliver to their guides. So I do have to start referencing things like that too. And spirit still wants me to use the whole clear it thing, and I'm still slacking and saying it in my head. So I hope you guys are using it. And we've all learned lessons, but there's always going to be more lessons. You've learned one lesson, you've gotten through it. Great. Saturn's got another one for you. Your Akashic Records has plenty of fucking lessons, guys. But the lessons get easier if you're dealing with somebody who's willing to accept and work through it and on to the next one. No matter how happy your relationship is or where you guys are at, you're still gonna have lessons. Eventually, I guarantee we're all gonna end up with somebody years from now, and I'm gonna be still doing the same shit, but not like the same thing, if that makes sense. Like it still takes a lot to like get through certain stuff in marriages. Do you think that's fair to me? You think that's fucking fair to me too, guys? But I'm not fucking complaining. It's life. I'm really good at what I do, and other people are really good at what they do. I don't need somebody to come in my life and understand who I am. If it just doesn't click and they're not okay with it and it's unconditional, and that's fine, they can either try to understand or we talk about it or whatever, but I don't need to explain what I do or how I feel about certain stuff. You either accept it or you fucking don't. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do that. You don't need to guide me in this direction or tell me what I should talk about and what the fuck I shouldn't talk about. That's how I know this energy is coming fucking back at you. And it's okay. It's okay. I just saw spirit do that. It's okay. There's going to be something there that you're going to, I swear to God, and I don't use God that often. I swear to God, I swear to spirit, there is going to be something that's going to tell you there's no gray area and you're going to know it and feel it. Or it's going to be like, I wasted my time. There's not going to be an in-between, because it's not even because you won't allow an in-between. Your spirit, your guides are not going to allow a fucking in-between. I don't even know how this person got in between the little fucking ropes to come fucking back around. The fuck? What if some of them are married? Oh, I got a divorce. Okay. That doesn't make our situation better. That probably wasn't even the fucking problem. I love you. Blah, blah, blah. I never told you. Okay. I already felt that. That wasn't the fucking problem. See what I'm saying? This person will say something where you can be like, okay, that kind of makes me feel a little better about that scenario without me ever having to even mention certain scenarios. Spirit's not going to set you up in the same situation because this isn't a test. So if you put yourself and you set yourself up in that situation again, at least you know you wasted your time. But we already did that 2 months ago. But you guys could be a couple months behind. You don't think so, but there's a maybe, possibly. And if you are, we're just going to catch you up anyway, because that's what we do. We're here to fucking ascend. We're going to catch you right up. You just ascended 2 months ahead of time. Boom, just like that on this one video. What just happened? Well, you just ascended. Spirit wants you there. Right? So don't get your panties in a bunch. Don't fucking worry about it. Continue doing what you're doing. And if this energy does come around, so be it. If not, so be it. Because you're not worried about it. You know? So and spirit guides me. So I have that, which is nice. They guide all of us. But I'll choose spirit over a man any day. There's no question. Spirit tells me no or yes. It's no or yes to them. And that's the way it will always be. And I know that might seem unfair to them, but I don't care. I don't fucking care. Life's not fucking fair, buddy. And some people want to equate that to maybe like, well, that's them with like the work. No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. I'm a light worker. So I have to go through a lot of shit for other people around me to accept and certain shit. You know what I mean? So I'm always being guided. I'll step in when I don't want to step in. I'll step in when I know I shouldn't step in because I want something out of it. Well, I'm making excuses. Spirit would tell me no, and I'll be like, well, I'm fucking horny. And that's the reality of what my last situation was. But in the back of my head, it could have been way more than that. But for me, that's what it was. But it could have been something I wasn't conscious of. But it was never, oh, I'm going to go there in hopes this person will say this or do that. It was never like, I moved past that years and years ago, probably before spirituality. You know? Oh, you want to use me? I'm going to do the same thing. But they probably didn't mean to make you feel like you were being used. But that's not the point. Now I'm going to make you feel the way you made me feel without even me realizing I was actually doing that. Because Spirit put me in the situation to set that person up that way. I let so much shit slide with the last scenario because I did go in it as a job. You know? There's times where if I knew games were going on, certain stuff, spells, looking at certain stuff, masturbating in my photos, I totally played along with that game. What are you doing tonight? Totally went along with that game. But I knew there was a reason for it. And that might seem shady. But like I said, I'll choose spirit over a man any day. I don't know exactly what they're fucking... I know what karma is and certain shit. But everybody's karma, just because it's based on one thing, does not go down the same exact way. Because everybody's soul is different. So it's not my job. Like I've been saying for months, not my job. And I haven't caught up with Natalie in like 3 weeks since my brother's been here. I listened to the first video that she did, I think, yesterday, the same day I did, talking about 4D, 5D. It was just like my same exact reading and things I've been talking about. So I don't know if you guys have been watching her. I have not caught up at all. I know she just started like a Saturn retrograde, but I'm not worried about Saturn this time around. You've already learned lessons. You don't need to know what the other person's going through because you're not playing part of that fucking person's life anymore. You know what I'm saying? Let's all fucking wake up. Let's wake up now. Who fucking cares what their lesson is? Been there, done that, not fucking going there again. This time around, it's not your lesson. It's not your lesson to forgive. It's not your lesson to do this. If you know you have lessons and you know you're not fucking learning, then click off my fucking channel and go click on fucking hers. I'm not that fucking reader for you. We're not gonna sit around and watch somebody go through their fucking lessons and take on somebody else's fucking karma. Woo-wee. No, thank you. Be real careful who comes into your fucking life right now, too. Strangers, making new friends. Fuck. No. You're on dating apps. Get off for a couple weeks. Literally, all by yourself. I don't know everyone's scenario. So, I haven't caught up to her reads in weeks. But that's okay. But I was starting to play, like, all right. No, I wouldn't even say catch up because I can never catch up with all her fucking reads. She's on fucking fire right now, which is great. And I love how she's addressing a lot of light workers. It made me question the other night. It was actually just last night I was listening, and it made me question, like, wow, she's working with a lot of light workers. Like, but she's referring her light workers also to her following. I picked up on that. But we are all certain light workers. I just have a little bit of a different theory. But people have been with me for a long time. It's like, it's our tribe. It's not my tribe. It's our tribe, right? So, I didn't listen for months. I didn't listen to anybody. And then I started watching like her first 10 days or next 10 days or something. Then my brother came. And how do you find her? Oh, she's so are you a newbie? Welcome, welcome. Alchemy in You. So, I think it's Alchemy in You, right? Let me pull it up here. Yeah, Alchemy in You. She's amazing. She's actually the first one I ever started watching. Like, me and her are definitely in the same type of, like, she gets Pleiadian messages and certain stuff. Like, I work with that type of energy too, but I wanted to say my officials are different. We all have different, like when I say council, like my council is not Pleiadian council, is starseed, but I have starseed and Pleiadian all over my chart within me too. But so it's like the same story, but she works with a different group. My council are different leaders. That's why I always recommend her, because I know she's true and she's pure. And if it pulls you into a void, it does that. It's because it's necessary. You're not meant to be pulled into mine. And I don't purposely ever pull anybody into a void, but this is what we do. And I'm also a healer. Just certain videos, certain things, it's healing. We click. You found her? Good. So she's great. So you need to understand, me and her, it's the same story, but we work with different officials. Therefore, I think watching both is going to ascend you in different realms too, which is great if you can handle it. Some people don't resonate. See, I don't resonate with her. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's because, again, we work with different officials too. So it's different parts of the grid. We work with different parts of the grid. But it is the same story. My thing is, so I listened to the 2 she had with 3D and 5D, which is just like the story I've been reading with certain gifts and angels and certain stuff. Yeah, stop picking up on it. So her and me are very different, but we're both extremely pure. The way I go about relationships, extremely different. The way she goes about relationships, extremely different. We know this about each other. She was raised with a different religion. I was raised with a different religion. We're different cultures. You would never believe her religion. You'd be like, holy shit, or how she was raised. You know what I mean? And it's not a bad thing at all. And no, I'm not going to obviously tell you what it is because it's not a big deal. But that's how different we are. But we both were put here to talk about this stuff. So, and me and her are definitely in different directions of where we're at spiritually. How she connects, how I connect. Not one is right, not one is wrong. That's a fucking given. I can't even watch other readers right now. I don't even know. Natalie, I guess, would be the only one because I get messages through her all the time as if it's a personal reading. And it's not even the way you guys get your messages. That's how I know me and her are meant to be. It's like, it's hard to explain. This shit she'll say to me where I'd be like, no, vice versa. You know, her guides want her talking about twin flames and how she feels about them and certain things. My guides are like, fuck that shit. Who gives a fuck? It's just a name. It's just a name, guys. Maybe she's meant to pull more people in that way. I pulled in thousands of people talking about shit like that. It just didn't feel right. It must feel right to her. To me, it's no. I don't care about, I care about 4D, 5D, I don't, all the other Ds. Clearly. But we're in 3D, so I'm not going to read on, oh, well, in 5D, you guys are connecting. In 5D, you guys are twins. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to sit and explain that shit to you when it's not fucking relevant in 3D. To me, it's very unrealistic. But again, me and her see things differently. Doesn't mean they don't exist. They exist in different realms. They absolutely do. But guess what? We live here. Unless the two of you are projecting yourselves to other realms together, holding hands, time traveling, it's not fucking relevant in our chat. It's just not. 3D. We're here to expand and ascend in 3D. I'm not gonna, you guys are having discussions in 5D. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't give a fuck. Oh, why? So you can sit back and like, oh, okay, that makes sense why I feel this way. I'm gonna expose all that shit. No. No. You're feeling a certain type of way or certain this and that. That's your shit to figure out. That's on you. It has nothing to do with somebody else. Can they be the trigger, the trigger, or the catalyst? Yeah. But they're not included in your fucking story here on fucking Earth. Got it? Because they're not. When you become spiritual or choose spirituality, life is not the same. You don't live a mundane fucking bored fucking life. So for those who come into your life and are mundane and live in 3D, and if they don't want to wake up or try to understand or accept you for who you are, you don't got time for that shit. You know? The telepathy, yeah, all that. I mean, all that shit exists, guys, clearly, right? But you got to be strong enough and decipher, is this really how I'm feeling? Or is it how somebody else is feeling? And you don't want to sit on that for too long either. Get up and distract yourself. Put music on. Like, you don't always want to go within and take a bath and figure out why you're feeling this way. It's not always necessary. And that's the truth. How are you ever going to live life if you're too busy trying to decipher something? How do you expect to live life if you're always worried about how the fucking future is going to play out, or how somebody else is going to feel about your fucking connection that you feel with somebody? I can't fathom that. I can't fathom being with somebody who worries about other people's judgment. I don't have time for that. I'm not here to break conditioning in your fucking family. That's only going to last for so fucking long. That shit, I can't relate to that. It is so hard for me to relate to anybody on 3D, especially with relationships. That's why I said certain people that come into my life, that connection just has to be there. If that connection is not there and it's not unconditional, I can't relate to that. You want to live in 3D? Go ahead. Like the last person, I didn't expect to feel what I felt. It was completely unconditional. But until too many people started interfering and then they didn't step up where they needed to fucking step up because they weren't ready or whatever the case may be, because they chose to hold themselves back. And some of these people knew to ascend, but they didn't want to ascend because they felt bad leaving other people fucking behind because they should have ascended with that other person. It don't fucking work that way. That was a karmic lesson for you to fucking learn and figure out. Because if that other person ascended before you actually ascended, they wouldn't give a fuck where you were and what you fucking thought about it. That's where shit needs to fucking click. And the fact that this energy is still talking to like friends and certain stuff and getting advice, it's like getting advice from the wrong fucking person. And that is so frustrating. I know I already said that. That's what gets me more frustrated. I don't care if you want to tell the world we're fucking together. I don't care if you want to make it official, like this and that. But when it comes to me and you, it's fucking me and you. You think it's me and you, Cassie. It's not me, you, and your fucking mother. It's not me, you, and your stepmother. It's not me, you, and your fucking grandmother. It's not me, you, and your fucking father. It's not me, you, and your fucking ex. It's not me, you, and your fucking children. No. Not me, you, and your fucking friend. Your friend that doesn't even have enough experience in fucking life to know their ass from their fucking elbow. Get the fuck out of here. You need somebody in your life that makes decisions, that makes soul decisions for what's best for them. If you guys got kids, that's different, but you still make soul decisions. If you make soul decisions, your kids are going to be fucking just fine. You got kids with somebody else and somebody else don't like it? Too fucking bad. Somebody else in your family don't like that. Somebody else is fucking taboo or fucking Hebrew. Like, too fucking bad. Because we're not here to fucking benefit this other person. We're here to benefit each other. And clearly the ones around us that, like children and close-knit fucking friends. So, yeah, I feel like it's only been a couple months since you haven't engaged with this fucking energy. Some of you longer. So how can it be so drastic in a couple months? To me, it's very unrealistic. So there's clearly still going to be shit to fucking work on. Don't be fucking unrealistic about that shit either. You're not a fucking idiot. Neither is this fucking person. Well, you didn't miss a lot. It's stuff I've always kind of touched base on. It's just, it's energy that's rolling back around again, you know? But there's no need to get frustrated. Like I said, it's going to be so fucking clear where you stand and where they fucking stand. There's not going to be an in-between, guys. So you don't need to get caught up in that. No, it's not really cycles per se. Like, because I'm telling you, that contract is up, whether that person still plays some type of relevance in your life or not. It will never go back to what it was. That lesson has been learned. Now it's time to move forward and really actually take the actions of moving forward. Not just saying it, acting on it. You know? Making you feel fucking relevant. Making you feel like you're a fucking priority. Certain things like that. Like if somebody comes back into your life and it doesn't feel that way and you're not moving, you're not actually talking about what's next, it's cool. You wasted your time. There was something on your end that you needed one more thing with, or it wasn't on your end and you just gave spirit the benefit of the doubt because we know this is going to happen and this is what's going on and happening. That's okay too. It's more on them to discuss what needs to be discussed and explain to you why it went down the way it went down. If they can't do that and be honest, there's no point in having a fucking conversation. So it's just shit that's coming back around that I'm just kind of telling people, try not to get your fucking panties in a bunch. You're not worried about it because you're not worried about it anyway. But when things like that come in, it's like, all right, it makes you think. Of course it does. Like, oh, you know. But at the end of the day, you've already moved forward and you've already ascended. You're not the same person. So if this person comes back around, they had to have gone through some type of awakening. You're going to know. It's just that obvious. You know? So, and here we go again. Like, it's not worth the trouble to reconcile. I get why you're saying that too, but think about the next person. Do you want to experience the same exact thing? Wouldn't you rather reconcile with somebody who was trying to be honest with you and get on with the next fucking chapter than to be held up and think that you flipped the fucking page, but the next person that comes in has the same fucking issue? Because you didn't want to go through the fucking trouble of understanding somebody? Do you get what I'm saying? It could backfire on you too. So just make a fucking gut decision, guys. Because I think, honestly, I would rather probably work it out with somebody who was willing to work out something to actually flip the fucking page if it was worth fixing, if it was worth discussing. And you won't know that until you put yourself in that situation. It's okay to put yourself in that situation if your gut's saying, okay, let's have a conversation and see, or if it feels a certain way. Because there's one lesson after another, after another, after another, until you fucking die. I'd rather get to the next fucking chapter and work on something with somebody who is sincere than to step into something new because it's new and it feels exciting or this and that. And you think you're not going to experience what you did with the other person, but you fucking will. And you don't know what your karma is in this lifetime when it boils down to fucking relationships. Can you forgive and understand and work through things? Is this other person going to be the same person? Because if you have somebody that's going to match your energy like that, it's worth fucking fighting for. There's no question. So it depends on who you're dealing with, though. Just like the other infatuated girls charge at him to keep him busy giving him sex. Well, then he's not ready to fucking come your way. Then that's not your person we're talking about. And you got somebody brand fucking spanking new coming in. Believe that. You don't got time for that shit. Nobody has time for that shit. This person will come at you with sincerity. You will have to sit and say, is this genuine? How do you feel about this? There's going to be no in between. And this might not be that person. It could be completely somebody else you're not even thinking of. And you're like, oh, hell no. But or you learned that lesson and it's time for you to move on to another lesson with somebody new, and you guys will either figure it out or you won't. That's how it works. It takes two people. You eventually get to that point with somebody. They always say in certain things too, the second marriage and second certain stuff is so much better than the other one because you've learned certain lessons. You've learned certain shit. You want to enjoy your fucking life. You can't let fear and stuff fucking stop you. You got to push through that shit. You got to push through the shadow. You have to. If you don't, you're fucked. And if this person don't, then trust me, it's not your person. It's not you doing anything wrong and attracting this type of fucking person. It's they're attracted to you. They're attracted to your fucking aura. There's a big difference there. It doesn't mean green light fucking go. That's for damn sure. It was getting warm in here. I had to put a fucking bra on. I had to put a fucking bra on so I can put a fucking shirt on. Yep, not happy about that. Oh, Sheldon, you threw me off. You threw me off. Oh my gosh. This is like, this dress I've had for like 2 years. It's one of my, this dress, guys, I will not throw away. What are you doing? I will not throw away because this dress is just like my sweatshirt. And I'm pretty sure it's stained. It's all like, it's all stressed out. It used to be like tight. It's all stretched out. It's just like my sweatshirt. I was like, do I throw it away? Do I not throw it away? And I almost threw it away because ironically enough, this dress, and I didn't want to mention this, but Spirit wants me to mention it. This dress actually reminds me of somebody. Because remember we had that discussion where certain clothes, certain stuff, just throw it away, especially remind you of somebody and certain stuff. I need to put deodorant on. This dress is just too comfy for me to throw away. It's almost like, I don't think I could sleep in it like for like pajamas, but I could, and this sounds crazy, I could actually turn it into a tank top. I could actually cut it and turn it into a tank top. Now that I think about it. It's comfort clothes. I only have so many pairs of comfort clothes. That feels way too tight on my head right now. Oh my gosh, it's so comfy. It's so comfy. Oh, I feel a little better. It's getting hot and humid in here. I feel like I just pulled my hair back way too tight. So, yeah, I'm always buying new dresses. I just bought like 4 new dresses. And I still have like 4 dresses from last year that still have fucking tags on it. I want to start wearing my fucking clothes. Like, you know how we had that whole conversation of like especially me with the last person, I'm like, I was so comfortable, I never dressed up, this, that, blah, 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 blah. I stepped out of that and I was like, it took me a couple weeks to realize like what spirit was actually like saying. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, I completely get what they're saying now. Like, I love playing dress up. I love going on dates. I love doing this. I love putting my heels on. Like, how did I find myself in a position where I would just wear leggings every day and t-shirts and not give a shit? Well, that person certainly didn't help me either in that situation. That person was never like, oh, let's go out and do this, let's dress up. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, it wasn't just on me per se, but at the end of the day, I mean, it really was on me. I put myself in that situation of you guys, I don't know why I just did all that. I put myself in that situation of just being like, blah. But again, a lot of it might have had to do with, going into something like it was a job or certain situations, or I don't know. But I'm totally glad I stepped out of that. So who knows what's next when it comes to somebody or a romantic partner or whatever. If you're single and enjoying yourself, then be single and keep enjoying yourself. Don't worry about when and if this person's coming in. Like, who gives a shit? Like, really, you're at that point. Like, you should be at that point. Like, honestly, like, who gives a fuck? Hey, Jimmy here. Welcome. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of shadow too. And I still have to adjust to the fact that whether I'm going to work with whispers and this and that, or my cards and who I am, or I can sit here and just have conversations about certain stuff, or predictions and prophecies and all this stuff and certain topics. And I'm still a healer. I still work with karma. I don't dish karma. I heal karma. So karma can be dished. There's no question. But I won't be able to escape that role just because we've learned certain lessons. It'd be different if I wasn't a healer. If I'm a natural healer and I have that gift of gab and healing and so many things, these conversations aren't going to just go away. I don't know why I thought they would. Yeah, we can change a story. Yeah, we can do that. But realistically, it's just going to be a new story. And it's not a bad thing, because there is people in life that want a good life. There is people in life that want to work on things, that want to work things out. And you guys are dealing with karma and past life scenarios and breaking family conditioning and certain shit. The last scenario I was in, everything was karmic. It was karmic for me and him. His last relationship was karmic. His last relationship being karmic was the least of my fucking worries. His family was karmic. His children were fucking karmic. Welcome to my world. Okay? So, considering you're on my fucking page, don't think for one fucking second that there wasn't shit like that. Oh, hello, I'm getting old. Don't think in your life, in your fucking world, for 1 second being on my fucking page, that you're not dealing with fucking people. It's more than just family breaking, family fucking conditioning. Their animals are probably fucking karmic. Okay? Welcome to my fucking world. I was with somebody whose children are fucking karmic. So I know why I came into this fucking person's life, and if it's fucking meant to be, it probably is more for the fucking children. And I think that's in everybody's fucking circumstances. Or it's something you as a mother and you're watching and it's just not clicking, or there's just not something there, and your children need that in the other person, which is fucking have at it. If you're better and you can be that awesome sauce fucking mentor, and there's something there that I don't have, I don't need to be embarrassed or bent out of fucking shape. You have that relationship with my children. It's only going to benefit my children. I think a lot of you are in scenarios where situations are going to benefit children too, or benefit family dynamics. You're dealing with somebody who doesn't want that because that makes them feel like a fucking failure because they couldn't do it. Well, that's their fucking karma. So feel like a failure, push through it, and then stand the fuck up and realize you didn't fucking fail. It wasn't something you could do with somebody else. It's something you had to do on your own, and then there's somebody else that can play a part, that can help certain situations. I'm not worried about the fucking ex. She's the least of my fucking concerns. I don't see myself as competition. I know what I can deliver. If somebody else wants to be like, okay, they feel the need to compete, bye. You getting off on that shit? Go find some other fucking side chicks that would do that for you. I'm not here to be a fucking side chick. So, yeah, there's a lot. It doesn't mean you're bad, they're bad. It doesn't mean it's not worth trying to fucking fix or figure out. But that's only if two people are willing to do it and make you feel comfortable in a situation. This isn't like, okay, well, let's be a little bit more and this and that and let's see what happens. No, that's not enough. Why? Because you've already done that. You've already played that role with them when they didn't even realize you were playing that role. That's what I'm saying. Like, it has to be sufficient enough for something. You'll know, guys. So I really wouldn't worry about it. And it does suck that certain stuff rolls back around, but it has to. It's because they're having an awakening. They're seeing stuff that they weren't seeing before. And it clearly has to do with something in their own chart. It clearly has nothing to do with you. I love when people are like, it has nothing to do with you. No shit has nothing to do with me. No shit. You're just figuring that out? Okay. We got a lot to fucking learn. That, like, when somebody says it's not you to me, I'm like, oh, I know where you're at. If you gotta tell me it's not me, bye. I don't need you to tell me it's not me. You think I don't fucking know that? You don't, like, oh, that's like, it's not even funny. I shouldn't even be laughing because it's like upsetting. Because it's like, I already know where someone's at when they say that to me. They got a long way to go. And that's okay. I just don't want to go that long way with you. I'm not going to hold myself back because you don't want to play catch up. Get what I'm saying? It's not you being an asshole. You can't hold yourself back. If you can't resonate at the same level with somebody, you're holding yourself back. You only do that for so long to give someone the benefit of the doubt to see if they're going to work through it. If they choose not to work through it or push through it, get the fuck out. You don't need to hold yourself back. It's not you being a fucking asshole. They can look at it any way they fucking want. Who fucking cares? One day they'll figure it out. You don't need to stick around for that shit. There's certain people in my life where I know it's going to take them years to get to where they need to be. I don't need to be holding your hand that entire time. Go learn this shit with somebody else. I don't got time for that. I want to live my life. I got no problem being with somebody for a couple years and getting there if they're going to work through their shit and be honest about their shit and talk about their shit. yeah, I'm right there with you. But if it's going to go the other way around and we're not going to talk about it and work on it and certain shit, nobody should be sitting and wasting their fucking time, holding themselves back. For what? You stick around, it could take that person 5 years to learn one lesson because they think they don't need to learn that lesson because you still sticking around. No. Half the people you're dealing with, they're probably thinking, oh, this one just left because I don't even know, but Spirit just said it like that. So I don't know why they think you left, but my circumstance, I certainly didn't leave scenarios thinking that this energy was going to come back and do what was right. In the back of my head, I'm like, if this person wants to play fucking catch up and get on my fucking level when it comes to where I need to be in a fucking relationship, then we can work on it. If they don't fucking come back, it's not make it or break it. I'm just going to feel better moving forward because I wasn't feeling good staying put. I felt way better breaking away. A majority of us did because of the scenario we're in. We're here going all through the same stuff. If you're on this channel, we're all relating and going through the same stuff. The story's just told a little differently and you got to piece it. We're going through the same shit because we're in the same tribe. So we're going to come into other tribes very similar to what they're going through. And we don't got time for that shit like that. Not one of us were dealing with somebody that was like really putting the effort in to get to your fucking level. And your level wasn't better than their level. They just weren't trying to even get to that level. They were trying to have it their fucking way. All right? Go hang out at fucking Burger King then. Because I don't want to go to dinner at Burger King. I want to put my pumps on again. I want to wear my dresses again. I want to go on vacation. I want to have fun. I want to live my life. I want my kids to meet you. I don't want my kids to feel like they're not good enough because you're not ready to meet them. Motherfucker, you're ready to meet my children. You're choosing not to because you know it changes the dynamic. As soon as Mia started feeling like he doesn't like me, done. Done. She won't hear me say his fucking name anymore. And I don't fucking blame her. After 2 years, I don't keep shit from my children. There's no need to keep shit from my children. So after 2 years of when am I going to meet him or why does he not want to meet me when you got my kids contemplating my relationship with you and it's now affecting them, I'm fucking out. I'm out. I don't got time for that shit. It was like, whew, Courtney. And it does. It's true. Whether it's his fear, whether it's this, when my kids, now it's a stigma around my kids. Like, am I not good enough? Why does he not want to meet your kids? What they don't understand is the person I was dealing with is very different than me. We raised our kids differently. The impact, everything was different. We're so different, even though we're alike. I never sheltered my kids. They sheltered their children. See what I'm saying? I never said like certain stuff like with music and swears and certain, like they didn't swear around their children. My kids grew up not even knowing what swears were because I constantly said fuck and shit and asshole. So they didn't even know it was a fucking swear until they swore one day and somebody was like, you can't swear. And my kids were like, what the fuck is a swear? My kids never disrespected anybody, never told anybody to fuck off. It's just second nature. I was raised that way, no big deal. I am who I am. I wasn't going to be like, oh my God, I can't say that, you know? So, but she doesn't understand how other things work yet because she's still young. So it's not the end of the world. But it really hurt me that she felt hurt by it, you know? But it's not my job either right now to sit down or then to be like, well, this is how it is, because it's not really her business either. But there was some stuff I had to say to make her feel better. But that's me justifying his shit when that's the last thing I should be doing. You know, for my son who doesn't even give a fuck, he started questioning shit. And my older ones would just be like, whatever. Just let mom do a thing or what, you know what I mean? But I always said to like my kids too, like if we were ever dating or official, we were clearly dating. We were clearly in a fucking full-fledged fucking relationship. He just didn't want to fucking own it. We just never made it official. But if we were, she would have been part of it. I have no problem introducing my kids to certain people. They've only met a couple people, and those people who just ended up being friends. But I was never that person that brought people around other people. But this last person, we have a past and we have a history, and whether it's like weirder dynamics or what, it doesn't matter. That person knows me enough that I would never hurt their children or talk bad about them or their parents or anybody else. Like they know me well enough. So that scenario should have already came into play. The only reason why certain scenarios didn't come into play is because people on the other end. I don't got time for somebody who's going to prioritize somebody else when the issue is right in front of you and we have an issue and you don't want to talk about it. I don't got time for that. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this is all going to work out and I can just this all in time. Like I don't have time for that anymore. It doesn't make this person a bad person. It's just you're not on my level, and my level is not better than their level. But I'm a light worker. I flow, I grow, I evolve. I'm in tune with my feelings. I love depth. There's certain things whether your love language is different or not, there are certain things that I still need so I feel happy and I'm content. If I don't get those, regardless of love language, then clearly it's not going to work out. Clearly we just don't suit each other. But if you're holding back when you know you could be better, that's different. So put the effort in. If you're willing to put the effort in, you realize where your mistakes were and how things really should be, and you're ready to own that, I got no problem seeing where things go. But I'm not going to get into something where someone's not going to take accountability for something and make things right and talk about here and now and talk about what it can be when we know it could have been something, but it never got talked about. And so I kind of know where everybody's at. And it doesn't mean this is going to work out. I'm right there with you where I'm like, I don't even want to talk to this person. And then people would just be like, oh, she egoist. No, it's not. I just know we don't really suit each other. But we probably do suit each other. This person just didn't want to be a better fucking person because they didn't want to leave certain people behind. But I'm not going to sit through that shit with you. That's not me being an asshole. I don't know how long it's going to take you to wake the fuck up and realize that's not how shit fucking works. Or you don't have to fucking feel bad for somebody. Did you sit back for 1 minute? Have you thought in the last couple months how certain shit fucking played out? Do you realize the fucking other person on the other end's been fucking playing you because they don't want us together? That's not my job to keep bringing that into fucking play. It's not my job at all. When I gotta start acknowledging shit like that, it's like the other thing. It's more than a red fucking flag. I shouldn't have to tell you to prioritize me. If I'm already telling you this is how I feel, this is where I'm at for the last 6 months, and nothing is fucking changing, why the fuck would I stick around? Oh, let me guess. Because everybody else in your life did. They allowed you to be who you wanted to be because you didn't want to change. I feel bad for the other fucking people dealing with somebody like that and not knowing how to step out of it. I know how to step out of it. All those other people, they didn't know how to step out of it. But that's their own shit. That's their own karma. You want to stay in that shit? Great. Have fucking fun. I don't got time for that shit. Everybody You're all dealing with somebody with people around them that allowed them to stay that way. And oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, it shouldn't be that way. Why? Because they didn't want to fucking battle with this person, or they didn't want to share a different opinion. Nobody was strong enough to stand up to this motherfucker and be like, "Fuck you." They might have left the scenario, but they certainly didn't voice their fucking opinion, and they allowed this person to control assets, emotions, children, ego. I don't got time for that shit. And I'm not going to stay in a scenario where you're doing that to somebody else. We don't have favors here. I'm not going to sit back and watch you do that to your ex. Or like, no. Why? That's not where I want to be in 2 fucking years because she stopped handling it. Oh, you're just going to pass that shit on to me? No. So again, I'm not worried about that dynamic that came in, and neither should you. We know where we stand, and our gut will tell us where someone else stands. They could play smooth, slick Rick or smooth Joe, whatever. Like, they're not gonna fool you. They're not gonna pull the wool over your fucking eyes. It's not gonna happen. So you don't need to worry about it. It's okay for somebody to have insecurities or certain stuff, but if they want to talk about it and work on it, great. You have so many insecurities too, so many things that were going on your end that never even were able to get addressed, or you weren't even allowed to feel fear in certain stuff because they wouldn't even push through their shit. Do you see what I'm saying? There's so much more to a fucking relationship. I don't even think you got to the point where you even got to fear shit because you were too busy with their fucking fears and insecurity. It was fucking selfish as fuck. So yeah, I don't got time for fucking slinky dink shit either, guys. They have to look at you as an equal. This is somebody that always had the upper hand. It's not really their fault. Everybody around them allowed it. This is somebody who gut tells them, oh, I should probably do this and do that, but they're going to stick to what they originally stuck to because they don't want to take that back regarding situations because then it would just look like he was wrong. You're dealing with somebody who doesn't even want to admit they were fucking wrong, and that's okay. We've all been in those scenarios. I've been in those scenarios. I'll still own when I'm wrong. It may take me a little while to see it, but there's not too many things I'm wrong with. And that's not like, oh, like when it comes to like other shit and fucking booking and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'd love somebody to come in my life and handle that part of banking because I'm no good at it. That doesn't make me a bad person. You don't got to sit here and drill it in my head that I need to learn and need to do this and need to do that when it's that one fundamental that like I know is a necessity, but in my head I can't comprehend it. It doesn't work that way for me. So be the bigger person and take care of it. You don't have to sit here and try to teach me. I know the basics. Great. I'm glad you know how to do that shit. You don't got to prove to me that you're really good at it. I don't need somebody in my fucking life that's going to prove shit. Get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just so wonderful. This energy is coming back around. Might as well fucking talk it out here. I get it. You need somebody in a scenario where it really is unconditional. And I feel like you guys, a majority of you actually fucking had that, but there's too many people in their life that they've had control over or the upper hands where you're dealing with someone who's stubborn and whether they're right or wrong doesn't want to own shit. So that's the part that's like, It's so much more than like, oh, I can't believe you didn't tell me how you really feel. Like we're we're soul workers, we're light workers. We know how you fucking felt. Okay? That's not the fucking problem here. If you're coming in thinking that was the problem, you can turn right the fuck back around, and I guess I'm just gonna fucking write that one off as I wasted energy. But it's fine. I have no expectations. I'm not looking at you as fucking potential. Sorry. I'm not going to waste my time. If I once looked at you as potential, then something was there. But I got to the point where you made me feel like I was wasting my fucking time. So, no, I'm not like you. Want to know why? Because I've ascended. I got jobs to do. I'm a fucking light worker. I don't have time to be held up on situations that you're not going to fucking push through. Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry you like my energy. I'm sorry you like my aura. I'm not going to stick around to entertain you, to make you feel better. When's the last time you made me feel better? When's the last time you took the time to really get in tune with yourself so you can get in tune with somebody else? So it's not the end of the world. This energy is going to come back around. Of course, people are going to come back around the mountain when you shut the fucking light off. You just got to know if it feels right. If it doesn't feel right, there's your fucking answer. There's no reason to get bent out of fucking shape. No, 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 no. Like, I hope that subsides for you. Been there, done that. I know where you're at. But I also got to look at this in a different manner so I can teach you guys in a different way. Thank you. You know, this person slowly started realizing things before like shit ended, but they still took advantage of that situation too by not expressing and certain stuff. And yeah, buddy, I wasn't just here for you the whole entire time like you thought I was. Like, thank God I even looked at my last scenario as like a job, because there's no way I would have stuck around long enough for this person to learn what they needed to learn. And that might sound shitty, but that was a waste of my time. I didn't have time for that shit. The minute shit went fucking south, I'm not usually one to fucking bail, but I knew I was there to teach and guide. But I also knew there was more, and there was certain stuff that intrigued me about past lives and how I felt, where I went into that situation again, and it wasn't to serve him, it was to serve me and try to figure out certain stuff with a past life. So it was kind of like using him at the same time, even though he thought he was getting fed. But I'm a totally different fucking person, and I want to call them officials all of a sudden. I work for council. So, I mean, there's times I'd look at this person and it wasn't even this person. And I remember saying to him a couple times, I told him about the experience where I was like, holy shit, I don't think I've ever experienced something like that. And I was like, oh, I want that person. It was like addicting. I want that person. Who was that person? That was probably that person in another lifetime. So their souls are still the same. This lifetime, the skin, the outer layer is different. We come in with different people, different exterior, but internally we're still there. So there was so many things. But yeah, I think it was actually beneficial for me to go in this scenario looking at it as work, as a job, to help this individual. because I had already been there with so many things, and I was so used to being the catalyst for other situations that I'd already adjusted to that job. But then feelings grew, certain things grew. There was more than just that. And all that shit had to go down. Spirit had to give you glimpses of certain stuff in order for me to even stick around. Because I wouldn't have lasted that long. I would have been like hopeless fucking cause. And I hate to say it, but it's the truth. Like, hell no. Like, nothing stuck to this person. In one ear, out the other. Like, nothing. The only thing that could have worked was me getting up and fucking leaving the fucking dynamic. But there was so much talked about in the last few years where eventually that will click and make sense for this person. But I certainly was not going to stick around and wait for that to click. And I'm okay with this person not coming back or coming back. Because I know it's going to still benefit them in the future, because I know my capability, and I just know my capability. And one of the reasons why I was there, and why some of the reasons why you stepped into stuff like that too. So I know it was to help heal this person and to move this person forward. Because without you and without me, this person couldn't have done it. So now, if you want to be realistic about things, we can be realistic. Because before it was fantasy. It was extremely unrealistic. It was extremely unpractical. But everything seemed realistic and practical in this person's head, while you're sitting back and being like, is this fucking real life? Is this fucking real life? Is this fucking real life? Is this real life? This is that's where you were at. That's where I was at. Is this fucking real life? Is this fucking real life? Is, like, how many times do I gotta say this? Is this fucking real life? That's where you guys were at. That's where I was fucking at. Because it was so impractical and so unfucking realistic. And in this person's head, it was extremely realistic and extremely practical with the way they handled it. Trust me, guys. I know where you're at. The fuck I know. I know. Okay? So, if now we're going to step into realism, okay. If spirit wants me to have a little faith, give it a little time, and it feels good, and it's getting better, and you're seeing improvement, and you're flowing, and nothing's being stopped or held up, and you had a big discussion, and you're talking about shit, then cool. If not, fuck you. Somebody else can fucking play that role. It's not gonna be fucking me. I hope my spirits scared him enough where he wouldn't even think about coming back unless he knows. The person that's going to be in my life, whew, with what I do and where I'm going, you don't get to control. We're fucking equals. If you can't figure that out, you're screwed. If you feel like I'm more empowered than you and you can't handle that, you're fucking screwed. Spirit won't let me play fucking games with people. It's going to take away my time and energy from you, from me ascending, and me being where I need to be. Spirit would only allow somebody else back in my life if this person's willing to ascend. And that goes for you guys too, because this is a global fucking ascension. We came into this world here and now for this moment, this generation, because the other generation that was supposed to lead this generation is fucking lost. They can't do it. Electronics and too much shit got in the way. So we're all here for this. It doesn't matter how old you are. It's okay to own shit you've done, said, mistakes you fucking made. How else can you learn? How else are your children going to learn? How else are you going to guide other fucking people? Even if you're only helping one person and it's your best friend, that's the role. Some people don't have spirit guides. If you have certain people like that and you know it and you're in their life and it's like, you're their guide. You're their real life spirit guide because they needed you in 3D because they wouldn't have been able to comprehend or push through 5D, 6D, 9D. So you're a guide in 3D. A lot of you guys are a fucking guide in 3D, in human fucking form. But your soul knows you don't belong here. And that's cool too. I have a scenario like that where somebody got assigned to me. And it's like, really? How'd that happen? But it's great. It's kosher. It's one of my best friends. I've never had the guts to tell her that. I've tried, and I've always been like, nope. It was mind-baffling learning that some people don't have spirit guides. Mind-blowing. That you just come into this world aimlessly with no direction. So yeah, some of your best friends or coworkers have become best friends. You're their physical 3D fucking spirit guide, guys. It could be a child. It could be an elder. It could be the same age. Now, it's not going to be a lover. That's different. But it can be a best friend. It makes me wonder, like, where in the family line or whatever, like, how did it get to the point where no one has guides? No, like, it's mind-blowing. I don't even know how to, like, fathom that. Some people don't have fucking guides, guys. That's how much built up fucking karma within the family line. Somehow the family line DNA got severed, but it keeps producing. Those people walk around aimlessly, just living day to day and more day in life. Like, I don't know. So you all play that role. You're not just watchers and cross watchers. I'm not going to say you're all light workers. Some of you can be dark angels. Fucking high five. Psh, I love when we fucking all get together, sip coffee, and do what we got to do. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I will rock my fucking black wings all fucking day, motherfuckers. Spirit wants me to manipulate certain people all fucking day. And I know that sounds shitty. I will never manipulate you guys, but I will manipulate if spirit wants me to manipulate and draw in fucking leaders that are shitty fucking people. Court's gonna play that fucking role. You want me to dress up? Okay, let's play dress up. It's never gonna come down to manipulating you. Believe me, it's other energies that are watching. 3D does not just watch. Other realms watch us. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of other beings, light beings, you name it. They watch us before 3D watches us because they give it the okay to give you control of whatever type of control you hold in 3D form to use it. So when I got my black wings on, it's not anything being projected towards my tribe. It's being projected towards the ill intent, power crazy fucking socialites and leaders that think they have control over humans. They don't. So trust me, it's never an attack on my spirituals. And then there's times I got to sit back and be like, okay, I got my white wings on today. A lot of times I'd rather flap my black wings. Because I like having that feistiness in me. I like the empowerment. I like how it feels. But I know how to control it. We have people on 3D that can't control that because they love to feel the fucking power and success. Take a step back, motherfucker. Because you're nobody fucking special. You may think you're special. And if you think you're special and you really believe you're special, it's because you're fucking spiritual, but you've abused your fucking power. So now you can fucking have a sit. Now you can sit the fuck back and feel fucking what karma feels like. Because you've fucking abused your fucking privilege and your gift that was given to you. And you don't even know how to use your real gift because you've been too busy manipulating it your entire fucking life. Or had plenty of assholes around you that let you feel that fucking control. So yeah, when you come in, you do shake shit up. There's nothing wrong with that. Trigger motherfuckers. Let's trigger them. I'd much rather rock my fucking black wings. You fucking ready? Yes. Yes. Fucking rock them. What do you want me to do? You know? I fucking love that side. I love the dark side of me. Where we going? Lead the way. Gotcha. Fucking love it. And I love the light side too. But I'd much rather be a Terminator. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'd much rather be that person that's like, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. We're gonna take you out. You're gonna do something. Something's gonna trigger you. And then this person gets to come in and they just get to chew you up. Fill me up, buttercup. You know, and then I got this. And then I got this side where it's good, it's kosher, it's light, it's good. But if I didn't have both sides and I couldn't utilize my masculine and feminine energy together, then I'd be useless. A lot of you are dealing with somebody who couldn't find the feminine side because they thought the feminine side was the weaker side. They didn't want to be looked at as weak. You know what I mean? I was dealing with somebody, oh, y'all want a man that fucking wants to do this and do that, and that's not the way it's going to be, and very stereotypical shit. It's like, in one ear out the other. It's like, I try not even to listen to that shit when I would hear that fucking shit go off. I'm like, I'm not going to end up with this person anyway. Let him fucking talk all the shit he wants. One more thing for fucking spirit to work on. Not my fucking job. You know? But, like, I get along really well with men. And I've always had women in my life that have been extremely jealous of that because I was just one of the guys. But I've always had that balance between masculine and feminine, and I used it and when it was necessary. It's just the aura. That's not anything I've really had an issue with. But other people, other women have an issue with it. Fuck you looking at? Blah, 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 blah. I've even had girlfriends that are jealous of me with certain guys, and it's like, you fucking know me better than that. How about you not let this energy get the fucking best of you? Because in a month from now, you're gonna be like, what the fuck was I thinking? You know? And then almost every guy I've ever dated or been with, they're like, oh, I fucking love you. You're just like one of the guys. But then it comes to the point where they don't even want me to hang out with their guy friends because they know their guy friends are gonna love me. It's like, figure it out, guys. I don't got time for this. I need somebody that can have masculine and feminine. I can't have somebody that sways one way more than the other. It doesn't fucking work for me. Figure your shit out. I don't care if there's issues and shit to resolve, but if we're not resolving them together, I don't got time for you. And that's not a bad thing. That's what everybody needs to be in this fucking world. This rain and this pouring. That's a lot of rain. It's like a sheet of rain. I haven't seen that much rain in a while. It's not even heavy. It's a lot of rain. See, it caught up quick. Now you can hear it dripping off the side of the house. That shit's heavy. I wouldn't be able to drive in that. That'd be like fast wipers and not really seeing in front of you. Oh, thank goodness it's raining. So, you know, don't be all bent out of shape. Any of you guys have questions, anything else you want to talk about? Like, I really feel like we're all where I got to get used to that shit comes in. So be it. I don't want to get caught up in it either, you know? But I also came to the point of, I have to accept this. I work with karma. Can I read differently? Yeah, but these conversations are still going to have to come into play. I won't read manipulation anymore. And I've manipulated, but in a higher good. I've never manipulated. I've never come into any scenario and purposely have manipulated. My last scenario, if I manipulated, it's manipulated in ways that were actually probably not even intentional, where spirit had me do like certain stuff, or it was never, I'm going to manipulate this and that. Like, I just don't have an ill bone in my fucking body. I don't. I got to be extremely careful how I even teach and guide and talk and speak. There's always consequences. If somebody decided to jump off a bridge because of something I said, that comes back on me too. Don't think it doesn't. I tell you guys certain information, that shit comes back on me too. Predicting, got to be real fucking careful there too. That whole timeline thing, I don't know what to do about that yet. I don't know where spirit's going to take me, but I know they're taking me somewhere. I know when I shut my eyes, I got 2 fucking eyes all of a sudden. I got all these things. And it's like trying something new. I need the courage too. And I'm not shitting you. It's tough. Am I going to fail? Am I going to do this? I can't stress enough to you people who are listening and my spirituals. I cannot stress enough. No matter what you start fresh, no matter how capable you are always going to feel nervous starting something new. I don't know if it's going to be self-doubt or this and that, or how are people going to feel about this or feel about that. Like, I still have to continue to be me and not worry about other things. I don't worry about judgment and certain stuff. I feel like I've passed that. But now when I talk about new stuff, that seems like way out of the realms, and other people like listen or pay attention. Like, for instance, my father being like, oh, you're a shapeshifter, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of was like laughing about it. But at the same time, certain stuff, when I say certain stuff, I sit and I'm like, oh my God, are my parents watching? That's me being a little worried about what they're going to say. So get what I'm saying? And I'm not that person. So I'm going to be fucking completely honest with you guys here. That's how shit works. That feeling just doesn't go away when you do something new, or you feel like you're getting weirder and stranger and you're ascending and other people can't follow. I think they're going to be fine. They're going to be kosher. They're just going to be like, at this point, they're going to be like, that's my daughter. But starting something new, and then I felt the need to explain it to him, but not, like, it didn't bother me to the point where it's still, like, it's bothering me. But you all get what I'm trying to say? So no matter how you're ascending or what direction you're going in, again, I know I'm comfortable enough with my parents. They're just going to be like, at this point, that's my daughter. There's no point in trying to that's it. You know what I mean? But then it's still me in the back of my head being like, all right, how are they perceiving this, this, and that? But that should be the least of my worries. And it is the least of my worries. But then I do worry about like certain stuff, like if certain people come in my life, they couldn't handle it before. And that does cross my mind. I'm going to be fucking 100% honest with you guys. And then I get aggravated and I'm like, fuck them. I don't need them. I don't even want them in my life. I don't want to feel that way again, where I feel like I'm not empowered. So I hear you with the whole fuck no, I don't want this. Believe me, I do. I really do. Because I'd rather just do me and do this and have us than to worry about a relationship and how somebody's going to feel or interpret something. Because I get put in those situations where people want to judge what I do, and I don't have time for it. That's why I said a lot of light workers and certain people that are going to hold certain positions don't have relationships for that reason. Because you do consider other people because you're a fucking light worker. So spirit doesn't have time for that. See what I'm saying? And it's not intentional. It's not that you didn't learn a lesson or you didn't push through that. But when you start something new and you care about somebody else, and you know somebody has said something about something beforehand, how they it's natural for it to roll through your head of thoughts, how would they feel about this? And that's not cool, because that's when people come in and try to manipulate and change your fucking route. I know for me, spirit's not going to allow that anymore, because I know we're here and now for what this is. So spirit's not going to allow anybody to come in and fuck with me like that. And same with my spirituals, because we're all part of the same tribe. But I will be honest with you, those feelings are going to come and go. And those feelings are okay, and they're natural. And you're going to push through them. So don't worry about it, because there's going to be a point in the next month or so where you're going to feel what I'm feeling with the way something goes down. You want to know why? Because you ascended and other people did not. Now, did my parents ascend? Yeah, maybe. I'm guessing they did, because I honestly feel like now they're going to be like, whatever, that's my daughter. If they didn't ascend, they would give me more shit. And they did, and did that. See what I'm saying? So it just depends on, well, it's going to depend on a lot of things, but you're all going to get to that point in the next month, because here with that paperwork, there was something here. I don't think it was projects. It was, as such, we should all be especially aware of what we'd like to promote at this time. Trying to put aside different things in our minds and things that don't serve us, and trying not to blow things out of proportion. That's exactly what I was just kind of talking about. It's the energy, right? And we've gone through an ascension, and we're still ascending at fucking light speed, guys. I can shut my eyes and it's so fucking quick. And there's certain things where I'm dizzy, I'm this, my ears are blocked, like certain stuff. And then when I recognize it, I literally tell spirit, I'm like, don't take it from me. I can handle it. But a lot of times, like, I can handle it, but I can't handle it. Like, they know what I can handle and what I can't. But it does stop me from doing my other work for 20 minutes and sitting back and being like, "Whew, I'm wicked lightheaded," and I'll just tell people it's like vertigo. But I know what's happening. So we're still ascending, and we're ascending quick. And certain people that are put in a certain position, you're ascending a lot fucking quicker than you think. And the random fucking person right now could be ascending even to help your coworkers, or you can trigger people and you don't even know what you're triggering, but you're meant to be that person. You could bump into somebody and you're giving them something. You were meant to brush shoulders with that person, meant to come into contact with that person. So we're all playing very different roles here. And a lot of them are incognito, and other ones are going to be in your face. Like me, I'm going to be in your face. I'm working with so many different routes right now, but apparently that's the way it's supposed to go. Look at a peek. And where's Sheldon? Sheldon? Oh, and I'm going to have to find Sheldon. See, Sheldon made it through the gate. He's a little freaking Houdini. I don't even know how he made it through the gate. The gate wasn't even moved. But I just found him in the boiler room. So, meet Mr. Houdini. That looks so tiny on camera, but he's a big boy. All right, time to get warmed up. No, caging you. Yeah, back in that enclosure. Sorry. It's time to get warm. So, it's not a bad thing that certain things are crossing your mind. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, well, I know I'm going to be doing new things that people are not going to understand. And if this other person wants to come back in, no. Especially when I felt less empowered. Right? So I sit back and I'm like, I'd rather just work on me, and I'd work on spirit, and I'd work on with you guys. Like, that's just where I'm at over any man at this point. But how do I know I'm not meant to have that life partner for other reasons, for other stuff? See what I'm saying? Like, I could convince myself I don't want anybody. I certainly don't need them, but I can convince myself that I'm better off with this person, no fucking problem, because I'll choose spirit any fucking day and not even fucking give someone a fucking chance, especially if you've already brought me down or made me feel like I need to go in another direction, whether they did it intentionally or not, right? So I'd rather just do this, but I almost feel like spirit's like, no, you got to do it all. And it's because I work with the public. If I didn't have people in and out of my life or life partners, we wouldn't evolve and have other things to like really touch base on in certain areas and talk about certain stuff. Right? So I get it. I get it, guys. I really do. And I don't think the other person, to be honest with you, really definitely didn't want to make me feel that way intentionally. And I can honestly say that from my soul. It's just they couldn't relate to what I did. So it's just easier for them to change the subject or switch directions, because they didn't understand it or feel like they wanted to understand it or whatever their case may be. Get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they still made me feel that way by trying to get me to go in a different direction, thinking it would suit me instead of sitting back and really talking to me and being like, well, is this really what you want to do? Is this what you love? Like, instead of really having a fucking conversation about it and encouraging me to stick with it, they were just like going another direction. See what I'm saying? So that to me is already projecting you can't handle what I'm doing, because I'm going to interpret that way differently than how the average person is going to interpretate that. So therefore, it makes sense why I'm like, I'm way more empowered without you, because you didn't even try to put me back in a position where you knew I was powerful. You didn't even try. So we have to recognize this stuff and acknowledge this stuff. It doesn't make them a bad person. You're interpreting things differently than they're interpreting things. My last person, though, that I was with was a non-believer, and I didn't even realize it until like months ago. I also looked at this as a job. So there's things I went into it not really looking for, because I wasn't going into it thinking this can be a relationship. It was kind of the beauty of our situation too. The intentions on ever being together were not there. Well, I would say maybe in the back of his head through discussions, yeah. but not in mine. And that's not a bad thing. Just didn't really occur to me. That's something on his end from when things ended a long time ago that weren't resolved on his end. I resolved things on my end. So it was meant for him to have certain stuff, residual stuff, stick on his end because it's the shit he did wrong that ate at him. It wasn't on me. Get what I'm saying? So we all found ourselves in situations like that. So obviously we don't want to go back to that. But I will tell you with 100% honesty here, we're all in new contracts. So even if this person is still somewhat relevant in your life, depending on what it is, it won't be the same because that you've already stepped out of that lesson. It's either going to move forward or it's not. There's no in between. And for you, there hasn't been in between for a long time. It is stuff they might just be recognizing. But I can't shit on it if they're just recognizing it. Because everything does go down the way it's supposed to go down. That's a given. So right now, there's going to be certain people that are going to come in and play certain roles because they're meant to. But you're going to know if somebody is willing to ascend or not. And you don't have time, even my spirituals, you don't have time for that. Your guides are not going to allow that. Even if you work a mundane job, this and that, and you come home and you watch tarot and you have your practices, this and that, like spirit is not going to allow somebody in your life that is not ascended. You're not going to allow it because we're here to ascend. It's not just my job and light workers and people in the public eye. This is going to take the whole collective to get to where we need to be to save fucking humanity. That's where we're at. And again, I don't know what roots you're working with. But right now, I'm working with 3 roots and a whole fucking council. Why they're all coming in at one time, I don't know. Maybe I need to utilize every power, that's how strong this energy is. And when I talk about ascension, they want me to utilize my Roman roots, my Viking roots, and my pagan roots. And the roots that's up front is Native American, my shaman roots. And then live in the 3D. So they literally want me working. I want to say 3, even though that's 4. The Roman roots, Egyptian roots are more of the internal power, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. The history, the internal force. But hands-on, right now, it's definitely Viking, pagan, and Native American. Remember that dream I had where it was all in black and I was being serenaded? I've never experienced anything like that. It was so beautiful. And I think I'm working with that, but there's certain gifts like Egyptian era, Roman, ancient era. There's also that stepping forward here and there is I'm working with I Ching, the Asian roots, that culture, but there's a name, and it's not the name of that. It's what keeps being presented. I can't think of the name. It's not like an emperor. It's I don't know. So it's like this combination of power. And it's like, here, you're going to take what you were really good at in this era, and you're going to take what you're really good at with this, and you're going to take what you're really good at that, and you're going to combine them, and you're going to be fucking powerful. So pay attention to what roots are coming in. because those roots are coming in your dreams, what you're listening to, your thoughts that you're having. Are you seeing feathers? Are you seeing broomsticks? Are you seeing slavery? What are you seeing? Because that's the messages that your guides are trying to project to you right now. Because as soon as you realize what you're seeing and you start listening to certain burial beats and certain music and shaman energy and certain stuff, it's going to get even more powerful. And remember when I was afraid of like trance-like energy? I'm like, I've been saying it for 4 years, going on 5 years now, of I don't ever want to be put in that position. And now it's like I go to bed and I'm like, oh, please put me in a trance. That shit is amazing. And it's something I feared for 4 years. So as soon as Mercury went direct, it's like, all right, Courtney, let's stop playing. Let's do it. Let's stop figuring this shit out. You're being asked to do the same thing. And some of you might not want to hear that. When I started talking about AI, I lost thousands of subscribers. Don't give a shit. Half subscribers can't even fucking find me. I'll get emails and it's like, I couldn't find you for months. But that's probably because AI shut you down. Who knows? I don't know the fucking scenario. But you weren't ready to ascend. Now we have another ascension process. So it's coming in spurts. So pay attention to dreams and certain shit. Like I always knew I had the pagan and certain stuff. Like I could do spells, I could do that. And I was always like, no, I'm working with this and that. And then all of a sudden here I have all this like Wiccan stuff. I'm just like, why did I never touch base like with anything like that? Like, so it's just like little things like in my little altar type area where it's like it's pagan, it's my stones that are linked to ancestors, and it talks about solid grounds and so many different things. And then I have the runes and I have my mystical, like the feathers, more of the Native American thing. Dream catchers, I've always been into stuff like that. But like there's certain, after that one dream or premonition like I had, like my life will never be the same. Like I definitely got initiated into something. And it's shaman roots. There's no question whatever that was. I've never experienced it. That was like a straight up welcoming ceremony. And it was just like, really? Me? I'm capable of this? Okay. Let's see where it takes us. So pay attention. Like runes, I was like, especially pagan runes, and then it's like runes I have to figure out. I want to work with you with runes, but runes are different than tarot cards. So I have to learn to work at runes with a collective and come up with a way to work with them for you. And that's not easy, but I'll figure it out, and which is strange because I got these cards, which the meanings are a little different than the runes, not by much. And even pagans, pagan has their own alphabet too, but they do use these particular runes. Well, their runes are different. But when they use this set of runes, pagans, it is this set, it is the Viking runes. But Vikings and oracles go hand in hand. All people don't want to even talk about that shit because it was so like cliche or the stigma around it. But all the royals had their own oracles. They had their own, all the higher people, the Romans had it, the Egyptian had their oracles, like the Vikings had their oracles. They all had different names along the way. But the rich and the high and mighty, the powerful people, they always, before made decisions, consulted the oracle. All the way through fucking history, guys, they did. And they still fucking do. So why is it so taboo for us? because theirs are not shown. It's like their little secret, you know? So this has been from the beginning of fucking history. Runes, tarot cards, magic. They all looked at this stuff as magical shit. That's why they would write it on tombstones, headstones. That's why the Egyptians would bury each other together like eternal life. Everything was symbolic. Everything was magical. And now all of a sudden, nobody knows what fucking magic is anymore. They look at it in a taboo fucking way, or they abuse it. Well, shame on fucking you for doing that shit. Like when I started looking into this pagan stuff and like certain like affirmations or spells or chants, whatever you want to call them, I was repeating some, and I could just see myself like as a powerful fucking person. And it just felt like home. Like I'd rehearsed these, I've said these, I've felt this. There's power behind spells. And it's just a chant, guys. It's not even a spell. It's like an affirmation. Are you afraid to say affirmations? Fuck no, you're not. It's how shit gets interpreted. So yeah, I'm not gonna start like conjuring up little spells and stuff like that. But when it comes to like my roots, I'm gonna utilize that energy. It's the gift of gab, the gift of healing. It's right. So now combining everything, and it's hands down being projected to make individuals stronger people. You gotta love all these people that are fucking on the fucking high horse, and they're just like, they think everybody else in the world's puppets when they don't even realize they're the fucking puppet. And it's so awkward for a light worker to look back and look at things and look at individuals like that, especially like when it's a friend or somebody that is close to somebody, and you're like, is my face saying it all? Like, so you think you're a black sheep, but you're not. You think you are because you succeeded at something, but you were meant to succeed at that. But that can also be taken from you real quick, especially when you start acknowledging shit and seeing shit, and you're not excelling. That shit would be fucking swiped. All in time, where it's gonna hurt and hit the hardest, and it's gonna be different for everybody. Like there's 3 to 7 weeks. There's a 3-week, there's a 7-week of karma hitting for the next year. How intense it will be, I don't know. Can death still be involved? Absolutely. It depends when you started the karma. Like when the wheel comes out, karma is being reversed. Karma, return to karma. Return to sender, return to karma paid in full? No. Well, it means all the same thing, but karmic return. So, Sheldon, you're so messy. Let me clean your face. Let me clean your face. Did you get it all up in your nose? Did you get it all up in your nose? Come here. Let me help you. Oh, goodness. Buddy bear. All up in your nose. My goodness. So this ascension, you're not the same person, and you're going to start realizing that. It's like it's going to creep up on you. Like I came back to you guys not the same person. I may seem like the same person, but I'm not the same person. And I know that sounds strange, but I'm not the same person I was last month. And it's not through experiences and pain and sorrow and empowerment. No, 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 no. Someone didn't come in my life and inspire me. No, no, no. It's called ascension. Has nothing to do with fucking lessons. Nothing. It has to do with the incline. The fucking ascension. That's what it boils down to. Oh, in the last 4 years, yeah, drastic change. But even coming back off of this like little break or whatever it was, and then with my brother just taking that time and then knowing I needed to take time, and then getting into this in the last month of dreams and certain things and seeing things, it's different. Um, it's different. So, and you know what I've always been good at and always seen, is the geometry, is alchemist, is symbols. Like I see grids and certain stuff. I don't know how to like explain them. Um, I don't know how one would work with that. I think it'd just kind of be given. But I've always seen um, really intense, detailed geometrical symbols. Um, so just pay attention to your dreams. If you don't know where to start, with whatever you connect with best, put some of that music on. Like I can pop up my YouTube, and Spirit's good like this, and trust me, Spirit and AI, they probably do it with you too. But let me just scroll, for instance, and see what pops up for music. Ear ringing spiritual signs, spiritual meanings, ear ringing. Okay, so that's ear ringing. Okay. I didn't see that coming. Now look at this. Do Wiccans worship Satan gods or goddesses? Native American flute music. So I'm talking more like this. Okay. The other night, what came up was I was trying to fray. I was trying to say it. Now look at this. Now it's Egyptian shit. Right. So, but the other night, what came up was spiritual sounds of Freya, which was like one of the goddesses with the Viking era. So I'm telling you, like, pay attention to like what shows up just on your feed. Yeah, sacred geometry. But like, and I know AI is really good with like hearing things, interpreting things. You can have a conversation, this and that. Like, I get that part of it, but it's not coming up because you just talked about it like that. I mean, some of you, okay, so some of you are going to be like that. Well, that's not true. I get it. Like, we can definitely argue that. But I'm telling you, like, if it's just like there and it's like, okay, that crossed my mind, I thought about it, yada, yada. Like, this is giving me a different message just by like scrolling. So I can tell you right now, just by scrolling, it's more tarot, and I'm feeling more of like an entrapment energy. Like, I hate to say it, like, this is somebody I used to watch. Prayers heard. You're seeing an increase in something. I'm not even going to click on it. How many times do you want to hear the same fucking line? How many times do you want the same fucking verdict? Be careful on YouTube. I don't think I've ever seen it like this. I've always had a mix of something. I mean, it's just tarot, 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 tarot. What I showed you is there anything that was up there, guys. No, all like very similar. You can tell when certain readers take other readers' stuff out of a 5-hour video and then talk about it for 6 minutes and they have a headline. And then the next thing you know, there's like 20,000 views. And I feel like this person's a good person. What's spirit trying to say? But it's like that's going to catch up to them. And again, we don't know where their karmic cycle is. It's just like somebody else on a more Dane 3D level where it's like that shit will catch up, but like YouTube is sticky right now. Even when I was listening to this with what's her name with those 2 videos and she talks about the 3333 and it's right there. I'm not mentioning any names. There's definitely a suck-in energy there, and it wouldn't be for those who are grounded and in tune with yourselves. But I can also tell when spirit is, I can tell when there's an in-between. I don't even know how to explain it. I would be really careful though with YouTube today, with what I'm seeing. I'm gonna click off. I don't know what spirit's really trying to tell me. I don't fucking know. I just feel like certain tarot reads right now are really based around what's going on with the reader. Is kind of what they're showing me. Some are going to call themselves out, others you won't see it. But what it boils down to is collective energy. So make sure what's going on with them isn't being projected onto you. So for instance, this conversation with yesterday's read is very realistic. It could happen to me. It could happen to you. It's probably going to happen to all of us. But there's a difference between talking about something this way and projecting it in a different way. All tarot readers at some point call themselves out. It's a given. And if you guys haven't figured out that we go through the same shit or experience the same shit, I mean, there's no way you guys haven't figured that shit out yet. But it's up to the reader to pull the energy back sometimes and and replace it and put it into perspective. So I guess what I'm seeing right now is more like, instead of perspective, it's more projection. So be aware of that right now, depending on who you listen to. Because there's a little bit of a high in all the readers right now. And it's probably because of the ascension, whether I'm sure they're aware of it, but it's more the energy of the desire, the seduction, the pull. It's the high of something right now that's going on with YouTube. It's the feel good vibes that we talked about a couple weeks coming in, where you're just going to feel really good, blah, 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 blah. But I see more of a projection than how, like, I'm sitting here and giving you a perspective. But when I just scroll to give you an example of certain stuff, that's not what I expected to see, but I was supposed to see that. I was clearly supposed to see that. So that was almost like, I wouldn't say subliminal, but there was something there. Just scrolling, I think, could even hypnotize you or distract you. I wouldn't even say Neptune energy. It's spirit's obviously doing it. So if it needs to happen, it's going to happen no matter what. But they wouldn't have me call that shit out like that either if they didn't want you to be aware of that. No, that was a good read. I just said that to everybody else. Those were the only 2 videos I've watched in like 3 weeks. So that's not it. That part of the 3s was more of a message for her that I think didn't need to be projected towards you guys. Because it talked about more or less like, look, in the spotlight, this and that, like synchronicities, okay? They're always there. Spirit's always talking to you. It's not a coincidence. But to call it out as if like there's 5 of them, like you can see that on a license plate. You could see that with so many different things, guys, right? That was more of, I don't know what that was for her or why I don't know what that was. There was a little bit of a high there. And not a high, like a spiritual high. Like, I don't know what that's all about. And I don't really want to talk about it because I love it to death. And those are phenomenal readings. So I don't think that was necessarily that was projected for people it needed to be projected onto. That's somebody else's void. That's not our void. That's somebody else's void. But don't get caught up in somebody else's fucking void. Get what I'm saying? That's not like high horse. That's a prime example of a void. Does that make sense? Like, this synchronicity is all around you. Synchronicities are important. Like, you see them when certain videos end. You can see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many hours and minutes? Get what I'm saying? That was a void. That void was not meant for you. I love her astro talks. That's why I get messages without her even giving messages. They're just delivered to me. And that's just how it works, because Spirit knows that's who I'll go to. It's the only one I go to. But I picked up on a hint of something when she said that, and it wasn't the high horse energy. I picked up on something and I really wasn't sure what it was because she just went into something else, which is great. But when I just saw that posted on the wall with everything else, that was a straight up void that was meant for certain people. It could be in a good way. It could be in a bad way. Because Spirit certainly didn't put me here to bring other readers down or this and that, except for the ones that really need to be taken down a notch. She is not ever one that needs to be taken down a notch. I just know you guys watch her. And I go ahead and watch her. It's a good thing. But when I notice just things like that, because I wouldn't have said anything regarding that until I actually just saw it. So that's being projected to a certain group of people. That's why I said all of what I just saw was like, holy shit. Yeah, she doesn't bother nobody. She is amazing. She is like a blessing in my life sometimes. I ain't shitting you. And the fact that my guides go through her guides to deliver messages, and a majority of our guides probably do because we're the same tribe, that's a blessing. But I do know there's certain stuff she's talking about that's personal, and I do know how easily it is for you guys to be going through the same thing, and you just assume it's that person. When it's not that person, it's her own personal shit. So you need to be aware of that too. That's where shit gets projected to the wrong person. I need you to be aware of that too. I wish there was another reader that I could like give you this awareness. And I'm telling you, like, Spirit, obviously, I would never put her down at this and that. But if they're putting me in the position to mention certain things because I watch, you guys watch when I can watch, and I can point it out to you, it's not to put her down or to shit on anything by any means. Love her. It's I need you to be aware, because she's the only one I watch when I have time, of I'm giving you little things of how shit works. That was a projected energy. That was her guides, her spirit, her grid, putting certain people in certain voids. That's how that shit works. Because I would have said nothing about that synchronicity at all, because I actually, those are the only 2 videos I've watched in like 3 fucking weeks. But seeing that on the feed with all the other shit I just saw, that was meant to be posted in that order with all the other shit I saw. And it wasn't to boost her ego. It wasn't like, haha, in your face because of stuff that's been going on. And if it was, maybe a little bit, but that's not for me to decipher. It could be a big fuck you to that person's face. But she is sweet. So whatever's being projected there is for the group that needs to be sucked into that fucking void. And I only listened, and I'm not really worried about Saturn retrograde. I haven't listened yet, but I listened for about 10 minutes. And I was like, oh, this sounds like what I read yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I don't need to hear that. Whatever happens, happens. But some people need to hear that. They feel the need to hear that. I don't need to hear that shit, dude. I'd rather put that shit into perspective. Because it's important to put shit into fucking perspective. Because if we keep getting caught up in that one particular feeling, we're not going to grow or evolve. And that is not beneficial for us. But please understand, with certain readers, shit's being projected of hard feelings that they're feeling and other things. You have to know when to decipher them and step back. And I don't know if anybody has watched that Saturn one. Yeah, well, there's certain things there. I'm like, that bothers me too. But that's a whole nother void for other people. And it comes to the point where it's like, all right, I got to sit back and be like, why does it bother me when she says that? But it's actually for me to sit back and explain to you guys what that's all about. So I was hesitant to read that last night. I was like, but I got to call it as I see it, right? Is she kind of talking about that right now too? Because from my understanding from my read yesterday and what I was talking about in the last couple weeks here and there, it was all like in that video, a couple videos, and I was like, all right, we're now talking about the same shit. So again, typically Saturn is a planet of lessons, right? But I'm really not worried about this particular retro because where you guys are at and where other people are at, it's where the other people are at, where the consequences fall into place. This Saturn return is nothing to do with your consequences. If anything, it's your karmic return. So it's beneficial for you. It's not beneficial for the other ones. There's always going to be masses of groups of where everybody's at, depending on, I almost said their trine in your chart. So it's something about your trine in your chart. Of when you learn, don't learn, this and that. When you progress, when you don't. But to me, sometimes Mingya, she's just like a blessing. And I think she's a blessing for other light workers right now, too. There's no question. And I love that I missed 3 weeks of her shit. But all the stuff that I've been talking about in the last month with certain stuff, she had to have already been talking about it because she's talking about it in her recent videos as if she's already had this discussion. But that makes so much sense because me and her do that all the time. But I just heard day and night. So we're different, but it's the same story. So we're day and night, but same story. Day and night. So I do find that reassuring sometimes for me. And there's certain things that I need to sit with too. So, well, that's why I just feel like it's beneficial to watch us both because it's told very different ways. It's still the same thing. It's the way you're looking at something. But I love with so she did one where she drew actually within the last 3 weeks she was drawing. I think I listened to it very briefly on the way home. And I never went back to it. But it's the same thing I've been explaining. So we're explaining things different ways, guys. I can't stress enough how, I mean, if you can't relate to her, then you just can't. It's not worth it. But if you can, like, Like it will click and be like, oh, Court talked about that and that talked about like that. But it's like now you're getting two different perspectives. And that's extremely beneficial, you know? So, but there is certain stuff where spirit wants me to call out. But I think it's for you guys not to get sucked into that void. There's certain things you got to realize, been there, done that. Like, I don't need to do that again. But sometimes just listening and then for 1 second being like, that's that's definitely my person she's talking about. And it's like, it's not. It's her scenario. And it needs to be talked about. That's what you guys need to understand about light workers. We experience all this shit too at different times. Doesn't mean we're going through this, but it's similar. Our story is being told, but it's not being told out like that because everyone's is going to be a little different. She will just call hers out sometimes, and so won't I. But and she does know how to take it back a notch too. But I'm telling you right now, a lot of her story is being projected towards the person you think it is, and it's not. It's her story. But it sounds like yours because you've already experienced this. So you're like, why the fuck isn't this off the board? Well, because she's just experiencing it, but you experienced it months and months and months ago. So you just assume it's coming back around the corner. You have to know how to decipher messages that are given. You really do. And it's not her doing it intentionally. It's where spirit wants her and what needs to be talked about. She literally is a blessing for me sometimes. Like, I'm not shitting you. She can say something and I can be in trance-like energy and listen to a whole 20 minutes of video and I have no idea what she said, but I got the message. Because I was talking things out in my head with my spirit guides. And I didn't even hear the 20 minutes that she just talked. Because I wasn't taking her message. I was taking the message that her guides were delivering. If that part doesn't even make sense, but it makes complete sense to me. And if you're part of my tribe, I guarantee that makes complete sense to you. So it's when she's also experiencing certain stuff. And when she wants to voice her opinion and how she gets going. And it's going to sound just like your story. But it's not your person. That's the scary thing. That's when you really need to step back and collect yourself. And there's plenty of times I told my story. It's just time for her to tell her story. It's not a bad thing when we tell our stories. It's how we progress. So don't take it personally or get bent all out of shape. You should really be worried about the ones that don't tell their story, but it's clear as day on the fucking board. You should be worried about those ones. Don't worry about the ones that actually tell their fucking story. You gotta love the people that come into my life. Well, that sounds just like our story. Yeah, it kind of does, but here's the thing. I'm not stuck in the story like that. It sounds like our story because you're not working through your shit. So it's really your story. It's not really our story. It's your story. You don't want your story on the board? Stop making fucking changes. Be a better person. It's not our story. It's your fucking story. And for everybody else, you got to look at it as it's your story. What are you going to take from it? Because the people I've been with, they love to manipulate that shit and keep shit on the board. Little do they know, it's not our story, it's their story. When I interpretate certain stuff, for me personally, the messages and what I'm taking in is completely different on how they're perceiving or what they're fucking taking in. You know? Fuck that shit. That's the part that like gets me laughing sometimes. Like when spirit sends certain people my way, I'm like dumbfounded sometimes. Like it seems so crazy. I don't even want to try to decipher what they're fucking thinking anymore because I'm fucking dumbfounded at the fucking people that come my way sometimes. I'm like, this is just such fucking silliness. Like, does that person really believe that? I think they do. I think they do. And right then, it's like you lose a little piece of me because I can't relate to the fact that you can even think that way. And that's not an insult to that person. I can't relate. Gotta go. So sometimes I just talk to spirit and I'm like, someone up there really thinks this person's worth it? Guess so. Not everybody's worth spirit time. And I think a lot of people want to believe that. Everybody's worth it. Everybody's this. I'm really starting to believe not everybody is. Hate to say it. Can't fix stupid. Because those people are so convinced that they're fucking high and mighty. At that point, you just gotta take that energy out. It doesn't benefit humanity to have that type of stupidity. And I hate to be so blunt, and that's the dark side of me. But that's the reality. And you know what I did notice about her? She'd been all of a sudden talking about the dark as if it's needed in certain stuff, when months ago, she wouldn't talk about that shit. And now all of a sudden, she's including the dark. And she's putting it in as like the dark is good. And I think that has a lot to do with us and whatever tribe she's connecting to, people on our grid. Because that needed to come out. Because that's one thing I couldn't relate to. When she kept calling things dark and dark energy is not welcome and certain stuff like, and now all of a sudden she's like, it's the good dark, you know, and I think that was to benefit our tribe, our grid, because she did not want to talk about that. And now all of a sudden she's comfortable talking about it. So that's good. But what she relates is through spirit. She channels in a different way than I do. Clairaudient, clairvoyant, there's different ways. She's a medium, I'm a psychic. They're different. You know what I mean? So she's channeling what she's hearing. She's not putting it all together at one time. You can't put it all together at one time when you're relaying messages. She hears. She sees. It's in front of her. When you're relaying that and channeling, you can't put shit into perspective. You're just delivering the message. Right? So I really think the reason why she started talking about that is to benefit other groups on different grids that are watching her. So she's working with different groups, which is difficult to do and to deliver. That's why you got to know how to decipher messages, because she's working with different groups. So the entire story is not your story, guys. It just sounds like your story because you've experienced it. So please take some wisdom behind this conversation we're having. Because a lot of us are thinking with that 3D, 5D, we're thinking it's that person that's been on the board. those particular videos are not that person for this grid. And I'm hearing capiche. And when I hear, I don't hear. It's just there. She hears. Mine's just there. But I don't know how to say it without saying I'm hearing. Mine's just there. The knowledge, the word, they're just there. So obviously I'm hearing it. But I'm not hearing it. I don't even know how to fucking explain it. But there's no need. So I like that our guides are all incorporating that for you guys. Because she did not want to talk about that shit. And when I started talking about Elon Musk and stocks and certain stuff, and she didn't even know what she was channeling. But those messages were for us. See what I'm saying? It's not meant for her to even know what she's talking about sometimes because she's channeling. You can't process and channel at the same time. The only way to do that is through meditation. The Elon Musk situation, all the stuff we were talking about, she wasn't benefiting herself or her normal followers. She was benefiting our grid. That's why she's a blessing. But if you can't relate, you can't relate. That's okay. There's certain times and certain things where I fucking cannot relate and I just don't watch. That's it. It's not a big deal. But again, it's just one of these topics where I got to come in and talk about it again, where you got to know what to perceive what. It's not a coincidence. She was like Musk or like it's not. That was for us. So within that little piece that she was talking about, that was our message. The message 10 minutes beforehand probably wasn't our message. That's probably why you sit there and you're like, oh, why again? Then listen to this again. Not your fucking message. That's why. She's working with different groups. Right now, I feel like I'm working with different groups, but right now I'm home based, and I don't know what that means. I'm home based, I'm driven, and that's it. And that's how it's working for us. I'm not pulling in all different sides of fucking grids. She probably only opened that grid for us. I guarantee that grid was only open for us. And tribes experiencing that. So you got to understand there's probably only a few messages in there for you, even though it sounds like your entire fucking story. I can't stress that enough. With us, I'm not pulling in multiple fucking grids. This is fucking reality. I don't know how to explain it. I really don't. Like, this is home base is what I'm hearing. But not hearing, once again, not hearing, it's just there. So it's for those that are like ready to fucking ascend. That's it. Like, there's no games being fucking played here. We've learned certain shit. Like, we're fucking straightforward. We don't got time for fucking curves and streets and fucking dead ends. I'm done welcoming dead ends. Oh, dead end. Okay. All right. What are we going to do with this dead end? Fuck no. You don't sit in the car and wonder, oh, what am I going to do with the dead end? Now what? Like, no, you turn the fuck around. You choose an alternate fucking route. You don't sit there and try to figure out how to work your way through a dead fucking end. So, she is still beneficial in certain, if you can sit through certain stuff, like, it is beneficial. But not all of them. Spirits don't want you sucked into all those voids. But I guess if you're going to get sucked in, you're going to get fucking sucked in. I think there'd be confusion on your end, but I don't think there's any confusion. But now that I'm talking about certain stuff, it probably makes sense to you now of what I just talked about for 10 minutes with certain messages. Because again, she only brought in dark angels and certain shit for our tribe. That doesn't benefit her. And I can say the stuff she's projecting right now to certain voids and grids, and how I can say it's her story, because she said it clear as day in certain videos. Shit she doesn't deserve to take in, but as light readers and workers and healers, it was just telling me something. It's so crazy when I can just have a conversation like that for a second and then I completely forget what I was saying. It's almost like, okay, we shutting this down? Like, I can't even remember an inkling of what I was going to say. So that message clearly doesn't need to be delivered. I'm starting to figure that shit out when that happens. When they can shut something down where I really don't even know what I was just going to say and they can take away my entire thought, clearly it doesn't want to be said. I mean, you guys can probably remember, and there's times like I'll remember and I'll go back into it and it gets shut down again anyway. So whatever. I'm sitting here like, can I think about it? And it's like, no, I really gotta just mulch. So let's read, and it's 11:23. Oh yeah, I was talking about grids. Let's see if this goes through. I don't know why I'm always persistent on trying to figure it out and to see if it's actually going to go through. Talking about different grids, opening that one up for us, different for the tribe to benefit us, but there's certain voids. But now that answer's not there, so they're not going to give it to me. So now that we can put things into perspective, this little guy was put in the perfect little place. How long have I been doing that? So funny. I was going to do what I did yesterday and shut down this and start a new video, but it's not necessary today because it's just not. So I guess we're going to get into it, but I want to pee first. And then we will get into it. So if y'all want to get up, stretch, water, something. understand what you're saying, but that has nothing to do with me and Brittany's conversation the other day. I just want to make sure she's up for it. I mean, how many different ways do I need to say this? How many different ways do I need to say this? How many different ways? How many times does it take to get to the middle of a fucking Tootsie Pop? Whatever that thing is. Okay, it's one thing that he said, yes, I get that. But I already told Brittany I would touch base with her, so that's exactly what I'm doing. There's no need to overthink this. Let me just work through this real quick to make sure we are grasping that so we can move forward to this reading. Okay, alrighty. Thank you. Fuckle sticks. Cool. She's like, fine, Mom wants to shut that down? Fine. Well, shut it down. But Dad said yes. Okay, good for Dad. It's not about Dad. I'm coming home, so tell the world that I'm coming home. Like, that's your song for the day. And I don't know the name of that song. I just know they play it with all the welcome home videos. So, welcome home. Maybe you're home. Welcome to the other realm. Welcome to something. I'm coming home, so tell the world that I don't think I've ever listened to that entire song. I'm not shitting you. But I know it's like, what kingdom's away. I've never heard the whole song. Has anyone ever listened to that song? I've never actually listened to the whole thing. So you're coming home or something. Skylar Gray. Is it called I'm Coming Home? I don't even want to listen to it right now. I'd probably cry. But that's a beautiful sign. It's actually pulling me. Didn't we do a read a couple weeks ago? I think it was the same day I went and saw the horses. And it's like you're being called home. But yeah, I don't think I've ever listened to the whole song. It's probably a beautiful song. All right. I think I might pull some of these and then what we need to I think I'm going to do it the opposite way. I think I'm going to pull some of the rune cards. Which is so weird that I'm sitting here being like, I don't know how to use my runes yet with you, but yet I'm using rune cards, right? As if like it's just so natural to use cards. So I know I'm getting like, what the fuck? I know I'm getting like my own messages here. It's all over this. What is that? Besides my hair and fucking everything else that's going on in life right fucking now. What's going on with that? No, we're not having that. No, see, that's weird. It's just a piece of paper I had that's I don't need right now, so I really don't know why I'm fidgeting with it, but it was just like on the ground and I haven't seen it in a couple days. So I was just trying to like straighten it out, but I'm just going to be done fidgeting with that shit. So, okay, what are we at? 3:28. Oh yeah, I was saying like a message from me. Like here I am, like I don't know how to use the runes with you yet, right? I think because I'm so used to just doing it myself. I don't know. I'll get there. I don't know what that's all about. I really don't. But yet here's the cards. And I really like I got these cards that teach you in a different way, but I'm not even utilizing them the way I thought I would. I don't know. I know there's a message there for me, so I'll figure it out. So, all right. Hold on. Yeah, you're definitely all right. We're coming home. So this is an ancestral read. Yeah, and that's extra confirmation because I just got pulled to my porcupine quill, and the spiritual meaning of a porcupine quill is ancestral. So I just got that message twice. So you're coming home. You're going home. So to me, I'm going to interpret that as some part of your roots. There's no question this is regarding your roots. And I almost want to pull out my I Ching cards, but I have my I Ching right here. So I know it's a message for me, but I know it's a message for you guys too. Everybody's roots, well, I want to say different, but I'm thinking to myself, if we're in the same tribe, we probably have extremely similar roots. But I don't know if that's a fact. But right now, that came out yesterday too. Every time I've actually used this deck for readings, this card comes out. Letter P. Bertha. This is the karma, chance, mysteries, vision, intuition, revealing truth, hidden facts, understanding fate, but it's reversed. So right now, key phrases would be secrets being exposed, beware of casting your first stone, skeletons in your closet, dishonesty, and concealment. So honesty might be an issue. So I feel like something's being exiled here. What I'm being pulled to the most each time is beware of casting the first stone. Whatever that is for you. Because everyone has skeletons in their closet. Secrets usually always be exposed. We're always exposed to dishonesty. People are trying to hide shit, conceal shit. Like, who gives a shit? Really? If you want to waste your time with that, so be it. That's just where I'm at. That's where we should all be at. So for me, with this one is really beware of casting your first stone. So I think what I'm going to do, because that's how it's kind of been going down, is kind of taking one meaning, one key word, and focusing on that. So I don't know if that's necessarily a warning, but let's find out what beware of casting your first stone. Definitely. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I was pulled to that. So that's a kind of a message too. Like, don't get pulled away or something, because that was odd. Beware of casting your first stone. It just feels intimidating. So it looks like right now we're working with shaman roots, ancestral roots. I know it's ancestral roots for sure. So let's see if with this card we can get a little insight on beware of casting your first stone. Because it feels like a warning this is a maybe. I don't know how I feel about the maybe. So let me get one more. Beware of casting. That's reversed. That feels like a maybe too. This one you don't even read reversed, which is good. Okay. Offerings, reciprocity. This came in yesterday. Lovers, sexual ecstasy, hospitality. Let me see if I can find a keyword here. To me, it is the keywords are right here, but this is pulling me straight to the theme, which is a sincere gift. Thor's hammer. It's number 3. That's number 7. Key phrases here: abuse of power or force, letting down defenses, avoiding confrontation, fearful about being vulnerable. I don't know if this is your own fear. I don't know about anybody else. I know I'm the reader here, but I'm really getting pulled to, like, if I'm going to break this down for you so it makes sense for us, secrets will be exposed, blah, blah, blah. Skeletons in your closet, blah, blah, blah. Dishonesty, concealment, blah, blah, blah. They're so fucking 3D. Everything always gets exposed. If we're trying to really get in tune with us, to me, our message would be aware. Beware of casting your first stone. The key word here is definitely a sincere gift. It could be a gift that you have, but I also just heard the karmic return. So in that case, from here, abuse of power, force, letting down defense, avoiding confrontation, fearful vulnerability. We're so used to people fucking avoiding shit, blah, blah, blah. Fearful, being vulnerable, I can consider that. Letting down your defense, I can consider that because of shit we went through. Abuse of power and force, that stands out as if it's like abuse of power, like beware of casting your first stone. So the one in the middle is just like, okay. It's almost like, I don't know what you're about to get yourself into. Or like, again, we got past life here, right? But you guys would never be abuse of power. Could I see it like letting your defenses down? It's a necessary thing. Like, yeah, I get it. I wouldn't think you're avoiding. It'd probably be other energy around you. I don't really want to be like, So yeah, there goes my throat chakra. So clear it in the throat chakra. What is this? Beware of casting the first stone. I do feel like that's a warning. So to me, like, be careful with your gifts. Be careful of people around you. Maybe be careful how something is exposed. Because I do feel like this is a little bit of a warning. Oh, that's nice. The stingray, that we haven't seen the stingray come out, but it's the lovers, which is ironic because this is one of these is the lovers card. It's this one, right? No, it's this one. And these all go together. So I'm kind of getting the same vibe as last night. But, oh no, this is a stingray. This is not lovers. Sorry, I thought it was a starfish. This is strength. Which would make sense because upright, hidden facts, cult invitations, understanding fate, developing intuition, take a leap of faith, trust your intuition, all will be revealed, hidden forces, influences on the outcome, take a chance, which was your very first reading with these cards. So whatever this is based on something you've done in a past life. You can do it. It's not really a warning. It's not really a threat because strength comes after the devil. So it could have been the way you were looking at something. I feel like you're grounded. So I don't know if you have fear. It doesn't feel like fear though with the wolf. It really doesn't feel like fear. This is like the Hierophant. It's higher up. So there's something here, life force, which does not even represent this card. Okay, life force. Here's the wolf. This could be a spirit animal for some of you, or this is just a spiritual leader. I mean, the Hierophant is somebody who's in a power position that sometimes can force or abuse power. This is somebody who usually learned lessons too. So this really is about abusing power in a situation. You could be dealing with a Taurus, but you're dealing with somebody out of line, out of character here. I don't know if it's external. I don't know if... I do feel like it could be an entity. That's more like talks about a detour. What are the intentions of the wolf? What are the intentions of the wolf here? Okay. That's the devil. So it doesn't look like great intentions. I feel like this energy is being terminated, but I'm not positive. That says meeting somebody new, getting back out there, planning, setting a date, cassette, outdated thinking, conditioning, replaying events over and over, abundance, keep it a positive mindset, manifest what you want. And then we have ascending, transitioning, transcending obstacles, learning, expansion, new phase, preparing for union. So I feel like this is being exterminated, and this is coming in. So whatever this is the abuse of power is being exterminated. I don't know if that was an entity around you, if this is a person, place, a thing that was around you. This could be work, guys, with the Hierophant. My work loves to abuse their fucking position and power. There's no fucking question. This could be work all damn day. It's toxic. It's no good for you. Others of you, it's a person, an external force that's being taken out, terminated. And then from there, it's like meeting somebody new, getting back out there, abundance, keeping a positive mindset, transitioning obstacles. I always say transitioning is transcending obstacles, learning, phasing, new phase, preparing for union. This is not the same person that's being X'd out. This is probably somebody, is probably a past life scenario that's being terminated. I will tell you this right now, this energy is not relevant. This is something from a past life that's gone. You can definitely look forward to better things. Okay. I don't know who, what, it involves a past life. I'm telling you again, in this lifetime, this energy is no longer relevant. So that got torn up with your old contract. So that's refreshing. Okay. Now, I want some insight on this. Beware of casting your first stone. Because this is like, you're out of something. Kisses, unconditionally loving, giving, receiving, falling in love. And having the strength. I don't know why it feels like a warning, guys. I don't know if that's not meant to be exposed or something. Like, it's very strange because secrets will be exposed. I feel like this might be a warning for somebody else coming your way, or how something might go down, because this is like having the strength, right? And being honest and unconditional with giving, receiving, that type of stuff. I do feel like that is a warning. But it's almost like it doesn't feel like it's your warning. I really don't think it's a warning for us. It's how somebody else, I guess, comes at you. That's like basically saying like spirit's got your back. Like I said, like we don't got to worry about it. Like all this other shit is so ordained, blah blah blah. Yeah. So now it kind of makes sense to me. So it's more of a message for the other person, or if you're cross watching, or there's any type of manipulation or anything going on in your minds, or the shadow side of you. It's it's that type of message for the shadow side of someone, even though they're probably more in the light. So it's just kind of like, almost like, for example, like what I said, like nobody can come in and fuck with somebody at this, like it's just not a thing, right? So I don't really feel like there's an ill motive here, but this could be an energy that's like, okay, well, what if I present something this way or do this? But it's there's no reason to think that shit through. How about you just be honest and sincere and unconditional with what it is you're expressing, and we're gonna have no problem. So there's still there's not a definite baseline with somebody here on the approach. Like they don't quite have it yet, but this is like a warning for them. I feel like if somebody was casting spells or doing something, or like this is like whatever they project, and with manipulation to serve them, it's going to turn around and be projected onto them. Like this is, you're dealing with an energy here that still has the capability of trying to manipulate a situation. So it's, I don't know if it goes into their favor, but so they feel better about having a conversation with you. So to me, it's kind of telling me like it's very borderline, especially with the strength being here. It's very borderline, like how they're still gonna come at you. So like I said, this isn't a test for you. This is a test for them. If they can come at you unconditionally, you're good. They're kosher. If they don't, that shit will get exiled like that shit got exiled. Spirit don't got time for that. Whatever that is got torn up in the last contract. This is like, you're in a new contract, and this is more like, will this person come along for this part of the journey? Because one thing goes wrong with manipulation of thoughts or projection or anything, they're out. This is a warning for them. Okay. Okay. This is some type of gift here that we've been talking about. Something, this is the whole karmic return. It is linked to a past life. This could be a spiritual gift right now. I'm going to get one more on this Native American. This could be somebody giving a gift, receiving a gift. And this is A. This is God, spirit, however, Azun. Communication, answers, poetry, insight, mysteries, knowledge, magical workings, divination, enlightenment, seeking answers, banish fear with an acknowledgement, improving communication, key phrases, communicate clearly from the mouth of God or spirit, spiritual clarity and wisdom, acquiring the answers needed. So you have ancestors around you that are going to help you in a situation. You're going to get these answers. You're going to get this communication. There is something here that comes with clarity. If you need something, ask for it. There's definitely a gift coming your way, whether you're aware of it or not. It could be spiritual. It could be in the form of monetary needs. It can be in a form of a partnership. It can be in a form of working things out with family, all sorts of things, but it's extremely positive. And your ancestors got you here. There's no question. So I don't think we need to sit here and decipher which one it is. This message comes with positivity. Any insight on how I don't quite know what I'm asking for, so I guess whatever comes at us. The sea serpent. Okay, so this is a feminine energy. It is the Queen of Wands. It's your sacral chakra. There's options, opportunities. There's a lot coming your way. Multiple opportunities. Multiple gifts. That can be in a form of your own spiritual gifts along with a tangible gift or a physical gift or a partnership. Multiple things at one time. And this is right around the full moon for sure with the Queen of Wands energy here. But you're coming in as the Queen of Wands, which is great. It's great energy to receive a gift. It's nice energy to be under. I am going to switch this up and throw a pagan rune. And I'm sure it's okay because even though this is Native American ancestral, we're going to utilize all of our gifts. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out like where do we start? Like it's a gift that's given, divinely given. That's definitely, that represents the star. Okay. It's the gifts, it's the wishes, it's things granted, it's dreams coming true, it's inspirational energy. It's accepting your freedom, accepting who you are, which is great. I really feel like whatever this is with the moon here, it's long term. Okay, it's long term changes, things coming, it's transitions, it's things that were hidden, secrets, things coming to light. It's working with feminine energies. It can be I just think it's rash reactions is what I'm hearing. So you might want to take that down a notch. This is more like unseen strange forces for the better. Okay. It's like the worst is behind you type energy. And then we have harvest, which is another blessing. It's like the star. Okay. It's investing time into yourself. It's rewards. You sometimes comes with education. Um, but it really is ultimate fulfillment. It's growth. It's profit. It's good fortune. Like these are amazing messages. All right. And with ringy, there's always certain circumstances that involve different elements. So again, it's not really about balance, but working with these elements. A lot of times this is creating something new. So you might be creating something new here, the feminine energy. And again, if you're masculine, you could still be creating something new, but it's within your feminine energy of creation. Um, Sometimes it's a team effort, but I feel like this is something you're probably creating, but it could be a team effort regarding something. It could even be marriage, business partnerships, combined forces, okay, which is a lot of like what this is. It's like just extra confirmation. Um, and then sight, this is a warning. I think that's why I saved that for last. It is caution. It's cutting away. It's drastic change. So it's like cutting away whatever doesn't serve you. This sometimes could be sudden changes. It's not an equivalent to the tower, but you can like for a sudden change, how tower is sudden change. Like this is how it's like could be for you. It's final decisions. It's completing things that you've once to walked away from sometimes. Um, this could be walking away from something, like I said, cutting your ties or someone that's dangerous. But if you ask me, it's already being taken. It's already being cut. And I think that's what that is referring to. Right? It's like to me, like it's being cut. This is more like there's something here, it's rewards, it's blessing, it's harvest, right? But it's fulfillment, it's growth, it's good fortune. That's like on that energy. The rings is team effort, partnership, it's like that type of energy. The moon here is it's not really like tarot, guys. This is like long-term choices. Like we're also in another transit. We're in ascension. We're in a lot of things. It's just transitions, right? But this could be right around the same time as the full moon in Sag with that coming out. It's right around this, but changes to hidden agendas, things like that would be taken care of. Anything like secretive. It is intuitive energy. It is a feminine energy. Okay. So, and again, it's make sure you go after what you want here with the star. This is the room closest to the star. It's inspiring. It's being yourself. It's accepting yourself. It's freedom. It's who you are. It's the closest you can get to God, spirit, ancestors, roots. Again, in some cases, it's gifts, which can go along with this one too. But this itself is a gift. It's wishes, dreams coming true. It's hope. Okay. And I really feel like for this, I don't think you really need to worry or panic. I don't feel it like this. I really feel like this was because this is completing a task, walking away. something dangerous, someone dangerous, something that didn't serve you is being cut away. It could be sudden, okay? But it's necessary. So, you know, it's great. So, let's see what else we get. So, it's almost like utilizing both. Both still give the same message, kind of being told in a different way. I think that was for more of inspiration, deciphering things. It was still good. It was I'm just trying to like place in my own head, like I don't really feel like extra confirmation was needed. So I don't know if it's like no matter which gift I'm using, it's all gonna come out the same. I don't really know what that's regarding. I know we always get extra confirmation. I'm used to that by now. So I'm not, I feel like different energy definitely came out with that. I don't know. I think it heightened the energy right there. I don't know if you guys felt some type of heightened energy, like something happened there. So that's good. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Something was definitely just lifted there. I wouldn't even say projected. It was transmitted. I don't know. It was something, but it was nice. I almost feel like whatever that was, you're gonna feel it soon. I don't like today at some point out of the blue, but very uplifting force there. And it just could have been something your ancestors did for you. That's more like, it's not even like in the process of them doing it for you. It's already been done. Like that was, I don't know what you would call that. Getting a lot of similar cards being told in certain ways, but this is humanity. It's all about yourself. It's number 20. This man has its keywords: belonging, society, intellect, individual, human nature, humankind, achieving personal growth, magical workings, achieving personal growth, building healthy communities, intellectual clarity, connecting to your higher self, individual members of a whole, a social, a family responsibility, awarenessness or of oneself, human thought, rationality. That feels like a whole lot. But you're not disconnected. Whatever this is, you're in tune. This card is really being projected. I want to say it feels like an ascension, which makes sense, guys. It's humanity. This is like subliminal messaging without me being secretive about it or something. Like, it's strange. This card is projecting a lot. And I think it's going to hit everybody in different ways. Upright, this is you. Uraz is the bison. Health, strength, steady, fast, fearless, headstrong, unstoppable, powerful driving forces. It's the number 2, but it's not upright, so they'll tell me to stop. A brutish force, bullheaded, lacking assertiveness, strength without intellect, intimidating and stubborn. They're both 2s. I feel like there's not much you can do about that energy. So advice for this energy. This could be energy around you. There's not much for me to read into here. I'm not going to lie. There's no need to entertain that. Unless you really need to, like, pick yourself up, like, pick me up, like something buttercup. But, like, I don't think you're there. So, and I don't think this is being projected. And if it is, it's meant to. And we have 2 very different voids here. Because whatever this reading is today is being projected. And if you're not meant to be in this void or for this to be projected onto you, don't worry, it won't be. And I've never, this is the first time I'm experiencing things actually going through electronics like that. I mean, I can feel it. I know it's, I've never felt it like that though. Like, I've always acknowledged it, known it, been very aware of it. But this is actually like here. This is how this is working. And I don't think this is like, I'm seeing the scales. Like, this isn't like, which void are you going to go in? This is like talking about humanity, and this is talking about like high horses, like strength without intellect, just like spitting from their mouth. Brutish force, like my way or the highway. Control. People who like to intimidate. They're not assertive. Like, it is, who wants someone around anybody that's puts no effort into something, right? It's like the complete opposite. So it is, I wouldn't even call that the shadow side. It's just, this is like where if I was in different energy, I'd have my black wings on. And right now I don't know what this is, because this energy is it's going this way. So this is typically, guys, I'm a healer. What this is, I don't know what this is. But this is reading that's going to hit everybody. That's powerful. It's not just like AI and electronics shit fucking with you. Like, this is different, guys, whatever this is. So again, it is 2 different voids. They're both number 2s. I have another 2 right here. That's 222. I don't know if you've been seeing 222s lately. Like, I really feel like even the way right now, like, you're interpreting this differently, you're feeling differently. I don't know if you're lightheaded. There's not ascension here. I don't know what it is. There's something about this that just feels like but this is actually being projected. So that's a little, it just shows you the power behind something. I don't know if it's going to kick in a couple hours. I don't know what. Whatever this is, signs are going to get stronger. But it's your job to look into them. This is like one or the other. Like, I don't, this is almost intimidating for me. And I don't know if the right word is projecting, but this is like, we have this side and we have this side. This is what I've been talking about with AI and certain stuff. Like, I don't know how to interpret this one. And the fact that I know I'm projecting and it's not healing vibes. Okay. I don't know what this is. I don't know where to go with this. And it's not my job to really figure out where to go with this, I guess. You know, I'm not going to call it quits and continue not to read. I'm telling you how I feel and what this is. But this is not for me to figure out what this is. Like, this is like, here's my black wings and here's my white wings. I don't play a role here. This is all fucking spirit. I don't even know how to fathom this. It's a little intimidating for me. This is intimidating. This is not the normal getting sucked into. Like, this is beyond comprehension for me. And these readings are going to have a massive side effect. And that's not to scare you. The last week was just phenomenal. Like this. See, so, and that was uplifting. And that I feel like y'all going to be dancing on fucking rose petals at some point. If like, so this though, this is going out into the atmosphere. This is not even like being an inspirational motivator. This is an influencer. I don't know what the fuck this shit is. This is out of my hands. It's not a bad thing. This is like when people pay people to heal cancer or stop a death. Like, this is, my fingers don't even want to work. I really don't know what to do with these besides about face is what I'm hearing. Like, whatever this is this is going into this and this is going into this. And it's a big giant transmitter. I don't even think you get to pick. But my spirituals, there's no question, this is self and humanity. This is those on the high horse. And I don't know how this, I don't have too many cross watches on the high horse like that. So this is getting projected. I don't know. This is, I just see beams off satellites, guys. Like, this is just, here you go. I just feel like I'm doing my job. Here you go. Like, I can't interpretate what's happening here because I don't know. So I know I can't leave it at this. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know I can, but I don't want it to be left at this. So I'm going to throw one more card on each one. I just don't know what it's going to serve. This is like when it rains out, you can't control it. This is like energy that's not meant to make it. Like, because it'd be like the opposite, like breaking through and working with humanity. But this is like when you're in tune with yourself. When you're not in tuned, you know what I mean? Like even if you were in tune, this is like headstrong, unstoppable. But this is like misusing leadership. It's like you can't change what this is. Like there's, and I'm not even mad. It's like being used to do this, to send this out. At least I'm being honest about what's happening. It's not my job what direction this goes in. They do want me to reinsure my spirituals, though. You wouldn't be here if... That is a heavy ass fucking rock that just fell for no reason. It's like, it was actually in my hand. This is like, it looked like a cat paw. It was like my hi. Like that was tucked in between rocks and shit. It's like hi, and then it's like, all right, bye. So, I mean, that was snug in between fucking rocks. I lost like what I was saying. Maybe again, it wasn't meant for me to tell the answer. I don't. Oh yeah, like being used, like, but like not even mad, but like this, at least I'm being honest about it. Clear the throat chakra. Like this is going up into the atmosphere and being projected down to those who are manipulating leadership. There might be some chaos with this. Might start seeing things, socialites, leaders, being called out, being embarrassed, trying to cover their ass, getting caught up. They're going to catch themselves up. some of them are definitely going to go out with embarrassment, public embarrassment. So I don't know why that takes somebody on the 3D to project. Again, it's, I guess, not my job to try to figure out why. Electronics playing. I just heard a plane and it wasn't a good vibe. So, but this has nothing to do with, well, I want to say electronics. It has everything to do with electricity, and that's what rules electronics. But it's just the way it sounded. So I guess for my spirituals, those in tune with humanity, wanting to save humanity, work with humanity, you don't have to be an activist. It's just human nature, right? It's happiness, wanting this, wanting that. These came out, but this is what got stuck in my hand. So what is that? A bug just landed on that. All right, little buggy. I almost just heard Swahili, but it is Sowilo. But I just heard Swahili. So this is wholeness, because that's who you are. Keywords: empowerment, energy, well-being, life force, victory, guiding light, achieving success, which just pulled me to take from the rich, give to the poor, which is bringing me to a past life. So celebration of life, health, abundance, keywords: open yourself up to power, sunshine, all is well. When I clear the throat chakra, when it says open yourself to power, I really don't think you have a choice. So do your best to explore what it is you feel, because it's already been given. Sunshine is your path, all is well, enjoy life, dancing in the light, bask in the warmth of the sun, the gods are smiling at you, a season for growth, energy, maximum strength. Like kosher, it's a 7, it's the sun, it's wholeness. Swahili, I don't know what the meaning of Swahili, like the definition of Swahili. Even my electronics are slow right now. Oh, geez. Okay. Definition of Swahili.
Here's the definition of Swahili. A Bantu language widely used as a lingua franca in East Africa and having official status in several countries.
It's native speakers, relating to Swahili or the people who are its native speakers. So we just had the whole native, card come out, ancestors. This could be a message for some of you guys when it comes to what to listen to. Maybe you could listen to, people chanting in this language. It's almost like it's telling me the tongue language is a very old language. Very few know. So I don't know how this is going to help, but it could, again, trigger something, and could have something to do with open up your powers. It's not really saying like no to that. So it's like the adjective and the noun. And it's widely used. It's the official status in countries, right? But it's like relating to Swahili or the people who are in its native speakers. It's more than just like, okay, English, Russian. I mean, you could be a member of this tribe from an ancient fucking time ago, guys. Congo region. Like it's okay. So that goes all the way back to the Native American of where it might have started for you. It's a prominent starting point. I am seeing a dance ritual in my head, and I'm talking this goes way, way, way back is what I'm seeing. I'm like, this is when like I'm seeing blacker than black, like a beautiful black. It's the oldest African language. I mean, this is some of you guys. This is part of like some of your roots. Okay, this could be something you're getting initiated into. I don't know. It was so Swahili was so clear though. Okay, so a little bit of a heads up there. Holy shit, look at that as I keep going. Swahili is the mother of tongue. And it pulled me to tongue. And I had no idea. I was thinking of a different type of tongue. Maybe this is where it actually resonates from. Could be associated with Arabian roots. Arabic. Where did that just go? Your roots could have came from the Dominican Republic. Whatever this is for you, and I said Dominican, but this is Democratic Republic of the Congo. So some of you, it might be that so you might want to do some research on this when this read is over. Symmetric roots, something with symmetric roots, SEMITIC.
Here's the definition of Swahili. A Bantu language widely used as a lingua franca in East Africa and having official status in several countries.
Okay, well, I just felt the need to tell you that twice. It's formed by two morphemes with roots and patterns. The roots consist of consonants to top three patterns combined vowels, consonants, slots, inserts. So it's almost like as if I'm using like my runes and stuff, guys. Okay, so look into it and see if anything like hits home. Okay. but it's beautiful. Wholeness. You're in tuned, you're grounded, you're elevating. God's spirit smiling at you. It's a season for growth. It's the harvest. It's wonderful. Now with this, I'm just gonna again just throw a card. Whatever this is out of my control. This may seem wonderful, guys, but this comes with consequences, but like not in a bad way, but it comes with work. Devotion is what I'm hearing. It comes, and then I just looked under its protection. So whatever this is, I mean, it definitely comes from it's already been given. Like you can't go wrong, you can't go back. It's but it does come with work. Figuring out some of your roots. I mean, I would have. I mean, I can actually see that, but I've never really felt that. It's not anything that's been presented to me. But those roots come from those roots, and those roots originate from those roots that you're working with, guys. So even me, I'm gonna look into more of that, and I'd say I'd share it with you. But at the same time, we should all do our own research because no matter what I share, it's what resonates as you're reading. Okay, so there's something with that dance. It's something with a dance with that, with the Native American, but the difference is how they're hitting the ground. It's almost like they're talking to their ancestors, but they typically, Native American, because I can't speak on Swahili, but Native American typically is the vibration is going up to speak to ancestors. There's something about Swahili, or not Swahili, but part of that root where I feel like they're stomping the ground. And I don't know what that would be. So, like I said, certain things are going to hit people certain ways, certain, like, or it's just something about the dance with the vibration to maybe raise vibration, where other cultures is more putting your hands in the air and giving. And so, I don't know. There's something with forced life. I just heard one of these said something about forced life, right? Force of life being life force. So with this, it's like basic needs 10. It's foundation is basics with prerequisite. Like no, they're just like no, just. But it's only one way, right? So this is like I said, like there's no way out. I can't even read this the other way. Like there's no. I just picked up on magical something. Oh, magical workings, providing basic needs, spiritual practice, obtaining mate protection, prerequisites, foundation, assets, needs. It's basic needs, restricted. It's restricted progress until needs are met. So you can build a good foundation that's required. It's a warning against the building the castles in the sky. It's what you need versus what you desire. So people going, so okay, I'm getting okay. Evaluate requirements carefully. What must be done before proceeding? Beware moving too quickly. Examine motives. I don't know if everybody with this is getting a second chance. I don't think it's like that. I almost don't want to project what I feel either though. Because whatever this is already being projected out. Like whatever, like I said, like it's how it's going up and going down. Like all this is restricted. for the people that are on the fucking power horse right now. Everything's being restricted for them. So it's kind of exactly what I said. I don't even know if the basic needs will be met at this point. Everything's being restricted until they meet certain requirements. So I don't know if it's you get a second chance or, again, I don't want to project what I think either, because this is powerful to the point where I don't even know what's even necessarily being projected, but I'm the person that they need to use. So it's pretty clear as fucking day. I don't know if it means second chances or not. I really don't. This is somebody who's probably been stuck at a 10 if we look at it as tarot, even though it's not. It is, you never want, the endings and completions are always nines. I'd love to be like, oh yeah, at a 1, but I don't know. If you were at a 2, right? You're taking a step back. They're restricting you, so obviously you're taking a step back, but you're gonna be kept at the 10. Everything's just being restricted here. And again, I heard that airplane right around the time I was reading this, and it's warning against building air and sky. So I don't know how this is going to go down for this void, whatever this is. But this is like, I didn't even need to put my black wings on and call anybody in. This is just like bam. Psh. All I had to do was flip a card. Like this could be to the point where somebody could watch this and be like, I'm never watching this channel again because shit's about to go south. And if this is the case, I need to prepare for these type of readings myself. But I didn't know this was going to happen, so. But it was the first time before I read, where I actually talked to these cards for a quick second instead of just tossing them. Like it was just. So this again it's not my choice. I don't know if you get a second chance or not. I don't know why I keep saying the same damn thing. Certain people are not going to get second chances. I mean, maybe they do, because we're not trying to wipe out humanity, especially if you're an influencer and you can flip the switch. But there's not going to be too many people in the public eye that flip a switch like that. Not with bullheadedness, assertive, using their power, you know what I mean, strength without intellect, intimidating people, intimidating on purpose. Like, so this is not somebody that's going to be like, okay, I had an epiphany, like in the public eye, right? So I'm not really feeling second chances, but I keep saying second chances, but you're taking a step back. Like, you're being taken down a notch. You're definitely being ripped off your fucking throne. And others are about to experience a lot of gifts and karmic returns and a lot of beauty and happiness and just nice energy, just stuff that doesn't kind of like weigh you down. I really don't really know what else to say. Wrapping it up. Wrapping it up. That was a whole lot. I'm going to let you guys go. I'm extremely lightheaded. Obviously, there's stuff to like talk about, but I feel like I might even puke. That was a lot. I need to process and recoup, and I'll be back. I love you guys. Bye.